Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Wooly. Wooly, quickly, put your tits away.
Oh shit.
We missed it.
Oh
we
shit.
We missed our shot. We missed it.
It was a 48-hour window. This is true. Damn. You know, we had plans. We had big unveiling titty plans and ass plans and everything.
Oh man.
And like, you know, before we could even unveil any of that shit and get it all together, Twitch changed their minds.
Oh my god.
It
was like the most obvious thing that was going to happen.
A 48-hour boob window.
Let me see if I can.
That's fucking fantastic.
It was. I remember looking at it, and so we'll jump right into it. Twitch made an addendum to its rules and content policies about nudity and clothing for the sake of clarity, and they included, for example, the ability to do popular dances with your meat avatar, not your VTuber avatar, as well as depictions of quote-unquote artistic nudity for art streamers, so that the art streamers could draw, classical nudity in an artistic style without having to worry that like a nip slip in the background of some, Greek shit would get them in the big trouble. And I looked at this, and I looked at Paige, and she looked at me, and then we looked back at the rules, and we were like, oh boy, people gonna get on that bullshit.
Yes.
And it was like an hour before it started. It was like minutes.
As we all know, in the tradition of ancient Caravaggio paintings, making it clap, twerking it, dropping it to the floor, down low, dummy thick. I mean, look, the immediate line of questioning I had from the moment I got that announcement, while we were live, mind you, was like, yo.
Oh, you were
We were
perfect.
Heard about that while we were up, and I was like, okay, hold on. What is allowed and what is not allowed? It's like titties are allowed, right? Ass is allowed.
Artistic titties, artistic asses.
Yes. Okay. Popular dances such as pole dancing and twerking and such are allowed. And they even gave an example that was like, that way, if someone gets a lap dance at like a wedding or something, it wouldn't be prohibited. So we wanted to make sure that we could do that. It's like, okay, all right. So
sure.
What then is the cutoff point, I suppose, right? Like when?
Well, the cutoff point, as always. So it's always funny because whenever a organization says we're clarifying the rules, you don't clarify the rules. You just move the blurry line over a couple of feet to a new blurry location. Because all of it was hanging on like, what does the word artistic mean? Art can mean all things to all people.
So Reggie's take was, as long as you're not smiling while you're doing it. So you got to pop the titties,
that's good.
And you got to arc it out, and you got to throw it back, but you got to be frowning while you're doing it, right? To me in particular, I'm like you can. Like, the act of just, like, having a cartoon character get naked and do a popular dance, if you crop it in just the right way, that might be indistinguishable from whether that person is alone or whether there are other people in the room with them participating. And the sound effects might or might not imply. So it's like, at what point does the artist draw the line and then look back at the audience? Right? And
if I see a boner in the audience, I'm covering it up.
It's like, here's a twerking ass. Okay, now I draw one line. Now, that's okay. Okay, here's two lines.
It's extra funny because like you saw people just dive right into it and be like, new rules. Oh, everything is what is it? Nothing is true. Everything is permitted.
Everything is permitted.
And it's just like full blown. I forgot. I don't know who the VTuber's name, but like they had a gigantic piece of art of like their character pulling their asshole apart.
Sure. Yeah.
Like full screen.
Artistically.
Because it's artistic.
Artistic spread.
Like,
yeah.
I don't think that's what anyone meant by that.
And I think this meta was born from the, like, I'm just going to sit here naked with the camera cropping me barely meta, right?
Yeah.
And I think it was, the timing was a right on point that people must have been like, what the fuck with that versus art, and then led to a bunch of boardroom discussions, and then they came out and said, here we go, this is what we're gonna do.
So there's so many things that are going. So they rolled it back. Clearly, people can't be trusted.
We went too far.
And they flew. Like there's one thing to have your wings melt, and there's another thing to have your wings fashion into a rocket ship and just point it right at the sun. Right?
Oh man.
So there's so many things that were going on slightly behind the camera that is so perfect. For one, Twitch has said that the reasons against their existing rule set against nudity, blah, 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 was to make advertisers happier. But advertisers didn't actually require that level of stringentness. So it seemed like a time to relax it, particularly with the old new meta. Mm-hmm. Which is hanging out with your tits just barely not visible, but you know they're there. You know they're there. You know they're there. Because that was because of the tube top rule, right? The second of which is because, and Twitch admitted this yesterday, I want to say, maybe the day before, that they were using AI to detect pornography. And the AI pornography robot was not
could not
good
tell the difference. could not distinguish.
To tell the difference between pornography and artistic nudity.
How about that? Yeah.
And my personal favorite is that, maybe this is because we're old men now, but whenever somebody gives you a set of rules, like whenever an adult gives you a set of rules, there's always a hidden clause. And I have termed it, and I've been using this for a while, it's the get the fuck out of here clause, which is when you go, I'm not technically breaking the rules.
100%.
And somebody looks you in the eyes and says, get the fuck out of here with that.
But the problem is that exact bandwidth, that little margin right there, is what allows like the platform to exist in places where it should be PG, and it allows it to access a larger audience. It lets it get in the hands of like kids can reach that and such, but you have that margin, that little that place on YouTube where people are doing naked yoga and breastfeeding, you know?
Yeah. So I was like, when it originally got announced, I'm like, people are gonna do what they're gonna do. The kids can go anywhere they want already. You can't stop them. It sure never stopped me. And then I went on to the twitch.com and I decided to run a test. And the test was, can I get to pornography on twitch.com with my mouse only?
Okay, just clicking.
And the answer was yes.
Yeah.
And it took 4 clicks.
That's pretty impressive.
It took 4 clicks.
Oh, yeah.
It went to browse, it went to the stream, and then it went to Linktree, and then on the Linktree was a link to straight pornography.
I mean, the hot tub meta was also like like direct acknowledgement of all this, right? Like, so it's that is not even remotely surprising. Incredible. It's good stuff. It's good stuff.
So we missed our shot. We could have gotten our pepper. Or I think we actually, Wooly, I think you and I, as we are not female presenting, can still pepperoni it up, but that's without any issue.
But I kind of do miss.
Here we go.
But that's the kind of thing, though, is like I do. Like, there's a part of that level of the Instagram solution, which is like, take the titty picture and cut male presenting nipples out and stick them on top of the female nipples, and now we're a-okay. Like, I kind of enjoy those solutions, and I was hoping to see some of that evolve over time, but sadly, this whole arc was cut short, premature.
So it's this fun little thing where in my Twitch and Discord rules for my community or whatever you want to call it, in like intentionally dancing on the line is against the rules. Like, you know when children, I'm sure you remember this, Wooly. I'm going to use my microphone for those at home as an example, but you can all imagine with your mind. Stop touching your brother. I'm not touching him. I'm not touching him. I'm not touching him. I'm not. My mother would have thrown me from the car had I engaged in that behavior. And I think that we should push that ideology forward, because I'm not technically breaking. Shut up.
Like,
shut up.
But like the line will always be the most populated place. Like no matter where you pull it or push it, you know. That's I think like with Twitch in particular, with this level of just like, oh god, we didn't meet, we fucked up. The problem is that like if you are just an artist on Twitch, like it nukes the entire space. Like
Oh yeah.
you know, it just like scorches that earth, and
So
I don't know what has happened since, but I
So,
do know that in that 48-hour window, it was just decimated.
depending on your follow list and your particular, things that you watched on Twitch, there were some very. I was on Just Chatting for a little while earlier in the week, and somebody sent me a fucking screen grab of their fucking Twitch recommendations, in which I was like the only person in a grid of 30 that didn't have their tits out. And like the only one, and I was just sitting there like talking about bullshit with the Slay the Princess title and just going like, well, and I was talking about the Twitch meta in that thing, so I guess it counts.
I don't know, man. I like if that's the way if the meta just starts reshaping the whole game over time, there is a universe where as the years go on, maybe the shirts get a little bit tighter, you know, maybe there's a little bit more neck on display. Maybe the you know what I mean? Just we get a little bit more risque with the fashion.
I mean, I'm sure there's a very specific audience that wants to see like my fat gut just tight under some shirts. But
I've been grinding in that gym for a reason, baby. Let's go. Come on now. Ah, shit. Yep. Perfect.
And then there's the fun part where I spoke to some people like also everybody got banned. Like everybody got banned or over the course of this 2-day period. Like every single person that engaged in this shit got banned, and it was for 2 reasons. One, as aforementioned, get the fuck out of here. And 2, there were streamers and individuals who did not like the rule change, who were telling their massive audiences, go mass report every boob you see everywhere. And so the mass reporting shit just took everybody down. And then the follow-up to that is the fun part where you get to see where like people that were like fully nude or had fully nude like avatars but were partners got a single-day suspension. And people who were not partners got 3 days to a week for comparatively less.
God damn, dude. Like, I mean, so like you say, like we could just hit up, or within the window, we could have just hit up like a fucking soft core. You could just browse a soft core tab, and as long as it's within that realm and nothing and everything is implied, you could just scroll down a list and flip through all your fucking dojins. And there's you just, as long as those black bars are in place where they need to be, you know.
I mean, it's not obscene if the black bars are there.
The black bars really do hold back all the obscenity.
I think the idea of like just the most graphic drawn pornography I've ever seen in my life, with a 10-pixel black bar,
thin black line
randomly placed, that doesn't cover anything, is maybe the funniest. Like, oh my god.
Oh man, like the veins are thicker than the black bar.
No, look, I did it. I didn't do a good job censoring it. Sorry, I'm incompetent. Sorry.
Damn. Hell yeah, Japan. That's great.
So the Twitch meta has shifted.
Once again on the move. Let's see.
Darn.
Let's see what happens this time around. And yeah, like artists just good luck out there, guys. I mean, it's a fucking knife fight.
I think when you're looking at when you're looking at the entirety of the rule change was hanging off the definition of the word artistic, which was not defined in the rule change, and Twitch exists in the United States, which I'm not sure if you're aware, Wooly, what the historical legal basis for the term obscenity is in the United States.
I can't put a label on it, but I know it when I see it.
Yeah, it's the gut of the observer. So like, yeah, you're playing with fire.
The thing that I did learn that I did not know is that game nudity
Yeah.
is okay with labels. So as
Yeah.
long as you put up sexual themes as a category on the stream, then that's fine. And I just assumed that like all titty fighters and that shit was just like not okay regardless.
So
But I guess
I
like Queelag is, right?
so I've dove into this, and so the one good thing about this rule is that it has re-clarified the game nudity rules, right? In particular, like, you know, you and I have played Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate had some tits and cocks all over the place,
I clicked them off,
right?
but they are present.
And the rules have been and continue to be, but are slightly more obvious, which is, listen, nudity as part of the core game experience, as part of its narrative or gameplay, yada yada, is okay as long as neither the game nor the person streaming it makes it the explicit focus of the broadcast.
Okay.
So if you were loading into Baldur's Gate and you happen to change off your character's armor and they ended up naked and you're like, whoa, wow, damn, or there was a sex scene or whatever, that's one thing. If you were to load up Baldur's Gate, Wooly, and have a 90-minute stream in which you stripped every character down to nothing, zoomed in as hard as you can, and started rating their fucking labia majora, right? Yeah, no, that would probably be against the rules.
We're doing a low angle stream. Low angle camera stream. Oh fuck. Yeah. Okay. Because I mean, you know, even in the realm of your Rumble Roses and DOA Extreme Beach Volleyball, you know, if everyone is laced up with a Venus bikini, which is the one that was just dental floss and diamonds, essentially.
Yeah.
You know, there was still some semblance of like, the no bits are still covered, right? And even in Rumble Roses, when you did the mud wrestling, it was flesh colored mud, but it did create a ultimately Ken and Barbie doll. Like there's nothing on display here except for the curves. While you played it in one-handed mode.
But if you were able to play something, if you were to say, hey, I want to play the Dojin fighter where the clothes fly off and the tits fall down and then the sex scene afterwards is the reward.
Yeah, that one.
This falls underneath, get the fuck out of here. Come on, guy, come on. Yeah, hey, come on. Hey, I see you.
Yeah.
I see you.
There was a titty fighter that I was playing that was like an indie titty fighter that I didn't know was one. Like we started messing with it and we're just like, oh yeah, here we go. And then
man,
and it was definitely like meant to be like, okay, you're buying this because look at them jiggles, look at the bounce, look at all the different girls. But like I didn't know that it was just out and out where you go to the costume editor screen and then it's like, yeah, this like it kept it kind of contained slightly until you entered like the dress up menu and it was like, what do you want to do? Where do you want that camera, boy? Let's go. Like it was all in. Shit was wild, you know. And I was like, oh fuck, okay, glad that I scoped out in advance where to go and where not to go.
I'm sorry, everyone. I seem to have accidentally purchased pornography. My mistake.
I mean, like, you know, like we played it and like I was like, look at them bouncing. They're going for their thing. And like, yeah, the reward certainly was like, and like, no, you can just strip it all off and go all.
I'm sorry about the pornography. My mistake.
Well, I guess. Yeah.
What a stupid fucking thing.
Damn. I was almost ready to go with my whole like modified get into fighting games intro. with all the shit replaced with just jiggles and boobs and bounces, baby. Age 99. Yeah. Good shit, Twitch. Never change. And by that I mean keep changing and then undoing it.
I'm actually surprised that I'm surprised that it took 2 days. I expected it to roll back within
half
the
an hour
same day or be like a weird problem for like 2 weeks. Right? Like I
like, but you, like, my whole, like, I just, like, you have to embrace or like or cower down and lock it up as much as possible. And with them going, like, you know what, there is now a category called hot tub, because we thought about banning this, and then we saw the cash rolling in, and we went, you know what, how about we embrace it instead.
Let's say we need to take it under advisement.
I absolutely would have believed there was a world where over the weekend a new category called GAT has been introduced. And you could just set that as your stream browsing as your tag, and just be like, hey, if you want to find it, you know where it is.
We've got the GAT tag, but where are we going to get the Rizzler tag?
Yeah, well, the Rizzlers are all in the chat, you see. They're all trying to rizz up the
I feel like the Rizzler is like the shittiest Batman villain of all time. Just some fucking pickup artist that keeps trying to fucking nag Batman.
And then, of course, well, anyway, like, that's, like, I'm just like, so do you pretty much make it so that, like, you can click play on a zone animation and then, like, stop it 15 seconds, maybe 30 seconds, like, how far? How many seconds into the zone animation are you allowed to go before Twitch is like, You can get past the intro. We've established this, right?
It's like the ideal scenario is that you have someone who knows what the fuck is going on standing there going, hey, I see you. I fucking see you. Put that shit down. I know what you're doing. And Twitch apparently thought that a fucking robot could be that person. No.
You see, I just, what Zone needs to do is just put a fancy, like, artistic frame around it, you know, and just have that be the border of the window. It's like it's hanging in a gallery, and that's there. What can you say? And maybe even have, like, people coming by and just like, yes, you know, and there's no question of its artistic value. Anyways, good shit. I just before, as we were starting, actually, I got a call, and I looked at my phone, and I was like, it's one of those ones where you're like, ooh, you're right on the line between being a surefire robocall or a real one, and I can't quite tell because the ID is, there's plausible deniability in it. And I just kind of realized, I was like, you know, like, I definitely always felt that phones, the phone call was going to die out because of, you know, voice over IP or just online ability to video call and things like that and such. And that has been a predictable outcome. But I never really expected as well that the phone call would die out, simply because you cannot trust your phone when it rings anymore.
Yes, phone spoofing has become incredibly powerful.
It's insane, right? And the fact that the ability to spoof someone's, to get someone's number no longer requires them to trick you into getting it from a website you entered it in or buying it from an advertiser. It's simply like just grabbing it from the air. It's like, oh, the entire phone call is completely worthless unless it is a pre-arranged meeting that you have texted somebody to go, okay, I'm going to call you now, and this is the phone call we've confirmed and we're having. Holy fuck, is it just deader than ever.
I have my phone on permanent silent, and there are only 3 people that can call my phone that will cause it to ring. One is my wife. The other is my mom.
Yeah.
And the third is the lady that babysits the baby sometimes, so that when me and Paige are over here streaming and she has to call us and be like, where the diaper's at, or baby needs more milk, it fucking rings.
it's crazy. Like there's no real need for it. And I mean, again, I'm comfortable that way, but it's just really annoying when there's like, you do, if there's like a business or appointment or things like that where you do expect a call at some point and you're like, fuck, now I have to stare at this thing and be like, and it's like, oh, that looked like the one I was expecting, and then you pick it up and it's bullshit.
Oh, by the way, I should mention to the folks who like are being like, Pat, how come you don't answer your dad's calls? Like, because my parents always call me from their home phone, and my mom is the one who always calls on Saturday or Sunday, and then she passes me to like, it's that's how it works. But yeah, don't answer your phone. I have a sick new trick for people if you want to never to always know if a call is a spam call. And that is live in a place in which the primary language of the region is one language, and then move to a faraway state or province or country in which the primary language is different, and don't change your phone number. Because all of my robocall, like I get spam text messages all day asking me to, hey, s'il vous plaît, tu peux checker votre Amazon, y'a un card neuf pour vous. And it's like, oh yeah, is there a fucking gift card for me in French? Thing that I've never used a French Amazon account my entire fucking life.
Your livration is waiting for your confirmation. Yeah, absolutely.
hey, this is totally the Canada Revenue Agency texting you in French, asking you for your social insurance number via text. To give you a big refund.
Here's the bank that you do not have an account at, letting you know that there's a problem with your funds actually, and you're gonna need to click here to correct that problem, even though you're not a member of this bank.
I got a fucking phone call from, I'm using big fucking air quotes here, fucking TD Bank.
Oh, yeah.
A fucking Caisse Populaire that doesn't exist outside the province of Quebec. I've also gotten it from the Caisse Populaire Desjardins. And I'm like, again, never been there, never had an account. I mean, don't live within 5,000 kilometers of one of their branches.
To be fair, even if it was a legit call from a Caisse Populaire, you should treat it with the exact same amount of scorn. Because fuck those things. They're financial institutions that are not banks, but regardless. A credit union for
I think one of the funniest things is that my phone will say spam. I answered a call that was listed as spam probable once by accident. I wasn't thinking, and it was like a legitimate survey from like the government. They're like, "Do you have time to answer a survey?" I don't want anything. We're just trying to get. I'm like, and I'm looking at it, and like the fucking phone is telling me it's spam. Like, these people are fucked.
Yeah,
you imagine trying to run survey for Census Canada and just fucking sit there and like just dial all day.
Okay.
I know it's still spam, but I mean, it's not a scam.
I think my volume is getting fucky.
Yeah, probably.
All right, so let me see if I can deal with that real quick. I was trying to adjust my gain. So
hey man, if you want to send me a message that matters, leave a voicemail that I won't check for 6 weeks.
BRB. Okay.
Welcome back. Hopefully louder, Wooly.
Yeah, that should be fine. Um. So yeah, I had a week.
Yeah, what's up, man? What's up? Tell me what's up.
So the this Saturday.
You're green now, by the way. Congrats.
Yeah, I put on a little Christmas light behind me. So, the trees downstairs. So we're yo ho hoing. Figured I'd put on the festive buttons
You celebrating Festivus?
for the rest of us.
The feats of strength.
Yeah, and I mean, look, Punch Mom doesn't stand a chance, but the night ain't over.
You don't know that, man.
The night ain't over till she makes a go for it. But she knows what happens when she messes with the warrior with these guns. See the fucking. You know what's happening over here? What's been building up this year? Absolutely nothing. That's what. Actually, no. So this weekend, rather unusual, but Reggie and I went out to the boonies. We went out to Vaudreuil, if you know where that is. That's way out where. Yeah, that's the right sound. Exactly. And there was we did commentary for a boxing event. There was a
Wait, boxing?
boxing.
Like human beings punching each other with their fists?
Like the sweet science. Yeah. And we have some friends that, are working at a gym and they decided to get into, well, I mean, there's always been these live events and such, and they'd have like, amateurs and amateur pro fights and stuff that would take place. And yeah, they started getting into, the like broadcast and stream game and stuff. So, we got asked to kind of step in there and just have some fun with it, do some color commentary. And yeah, we did, and it was a good time. It was a lot of fun, just again, you're looking at it like this is way out where, but definitely some people coming from different gyms around town that I
would really like to point out to those of you who are hearing, based on my scoff and Wooly describing the boonies, Vaudreuil-Dorion is not actually that far. It's like a single 5-minute trip across the westernmost bridge of the island.
Okay, but when you're going
it's like Jersey, man.
But it's so far from the core where like everyone lives in the center that you're riding over an hour out to get there. Like, it's pretty fucking far. It's just like the island is not, I mean, the island, there's a part of the island that is like the middle part that kind of matters.
I lived on the South Shore farther away than fucking Doria. Like,
yeah.
Like people who commute from Brossard to the city.
The fucking Chateauguay Bridge was your life for a while. So you do recall that, distance, but.
Wow, Valleyfield's closer on the map than it feels.
But yeah, it was out there. And I mean, if you just go by like what you're surrounded by, it's fucking farms and highway. Like that's the real like metric is, you can call it, say what you want about the distance, but just walk outside and do a 360. What's around you? If the answer is fucking.
As soon as you leave every single major city, there's farms and highway.
That's it. Well, yeah, so it was cool, just got to watch a couple different levels and definitely like puts that like nostalgic memory of like when I used to go multiple times a week and be like, ah, man, like just the skill levels that would like go from like the beginners at the beginning of the night. Like a couple kids just went in there and were kind of like touching gloves and messing around, and then eventually like up and up to from the different weight classes to the super heavyweights that were just fucking going at it, and you're like, wow, like it is an awesome gradient of skill across the night, which it's fun to see an event like that. It's fun to have events like that where like if there's multiple matches and such at different weight classes and at different divisions of skill, you can kind of see the evolution of like starting to be good, knowing what you're doing enough to get in the ring, all the way through like, okay, you're dangerous until like you're right about to go have professional fights, you know?
Did anybody in the boxing match get hit in the face so hard that their brain flew out of their head and landed on your table?
Not that hard, but there was the first stoppage. There was a match that like led to 2 standing 8 counts and a stoppage, which is pretty unusual, unless the like someone's getting completely fucking destroyed, and if you try to match people up so that they're approximately a good fight for each other. But yeah, it was there was definitely an 8-10 round that happened at one point, and they're like, all right, that's the first one they're calling. But you know, it was just a lot of fun to see and to do, and of course, like I think even without being able to like pull into a history of boxing and like, you know, pull from a lot of references and things like that, just calling it as it is from what you see, doing color commentary and play-by-play, and you know, relying on the kind of type of commentary we've done in the past and shit. Like, yeah, you're capable of translating that skill into things like this and into other competitive sports, and you know, the friend in particular that like invited us out there was talking about how like there's absolutely, I mean, like, it's not just like fighting game analogies. There's a lot of things you can pull from to improve your boxing game and to get better at it. But like, I remember one of the coolest ones, and I think I talked about this on the podcast before, was George St. Pierre in UFC, like, was discussing how like he had some guys on his team that figured out the tech where they started watching tape of their opponent's fight, and they would slow it down frame by frame to see exactly how fast the opponent can punch and kick, and then like give that a rating for speed. And he's describing this tech and everything that they have, and how they can qualify and put up a full file on how the fighters like different attacks are ranked, and how quickly they return and such. And it's just like, you're describing frame data. You're using frame data in real life.
Frame data predates boxing. It predates fighting games. It's the first time I can remember hearing about frame data was like football.
And it was so wild because in this context, like, someone took that concept and then just brought it to the game really late, and it was like, wow, look at this novel technology, which, you know, like, surely someone that came from competitive gaming must have just been like, how do I take this 1-to-1 and bring it over here? And then
somebody
you know,
in the chat points out that horse races are probably the first point that you saw frame data. The only difference is that it had a frame of 1
finishing line, right?
The photo finish frame data. It's just 1 frame.
Yeah. So it's pretty nuts how, like, you know, that stuff makes its way into real life. But yeah, no,
fighting games are real life too, Wooly. Don't sell them too short.
But it was super fun to just kind of try that out and see how it was, and yeah, and it's also like fun to kind of recognize a couple names and things from the gym that I went to and stuff, and see, like, I'm like, oh yeah, okay, some of these people have like other fighters in their stable, and, you know, like expanded outwards and did their own thing. Boxing's so fucking cool, man. God, there's just like, when you're seeing someone that's just like really good at it, like in their element, there's just so much fine motor control in like every step, every rotation, the hips, like everything about it is like, there's all the shit you can observe, and then there's all the things you cannot observe, which are even more impressive, you know. At one point, just describing like how someone's got a lightning fast jab, like how's the opponent gonna deal with it, you know. And it's like there's an element of that where, if you're just, when you're first learning to like move and avoid and dodge and weave and get out of the way and shit, trying to look at someone's fist, trying to look at the glove is way too slow. Your eyes can't, you're not going to react to that.
There's so much,
right?
There's so much fun sports data on people's vision. My particular favorite is baseball fans breaking down the mathematics on a fastball and discovering that the human arm can't move fast enough to react to the ball once thrown. So everyone's swinging is actually swinging based off of the fucking pitcher's body orientation.
Exactly.
Because you can't see the ball.
Yes. When you're squared up with somebody, right? You're looking at their shoulder, and you're looking for the shoulder tense. You're looking for that moment of flexion right before the jab comes at you, because that's going to be the startup, the beginning of what you can recognize is going to happen there. You can also look at, like, and my friend was pointing out, like, you can also look at the waist as well to start to see the rotation. Of course, you can be susceptible to getting fainted, you know, but
you can steal signs.
Or you can steal signs with electric fucking buzzers under your shirt. For sure.
Bro, if you want to get into sign stealing, you need to play Yakuza 5, in which that is like a pillar of that game's plot line, is the drama around baseball sign stealing.
Man. You just go far enough into the future, and it's like technology not being banned or things being in the gray zone, like fights in hockey and shit. It's like, so then what is it? Like, it always seems to just be like, does the ref call it or not, you know? And then you get those moments where, like, the ref makes an objectively horrible call, but it is the ref's call to make, and that's how the game goes. You know?
I mean, shit, hockey is still, to my knowledge, underneath the rule set of how much it's against the rules is whether or not the guy you hit suffered traumatic brain damage or died.
I mean,
that just happened.
Speaking of both, like, there was just a UFC fight where a really shitty ref, like, watched a guy get knocked unconscious and then continued and didn't stop the fight, and then the guy continued to hit him, and he woke back up and tried to defend himself, and then got knocked unconscious again. And, like, that's, like, potentially, like, that's absolutely life-changing, potentially career-ending, just because the ref doesn't know what they're doing, you know?
And what if I have a crazy idea.
Here we go. All right.
What if?
Yep. It's been a minute since Death Sports. Let's go.
No.
Okay.
No.
All right.
I'm going to a slightly different old-fashioned.
You know how you call out my bit when I say your name?
I know.
Okay.
I know. Trust me.
All right.
I have a phrase that I use. You is more tone.
Mm-hmm.
What if I had a bunch of money?
You know what they should do is actually that's
No, this is not you know what they should do.
Oh, okay.
But what if I had a bunch of money and I spoke to the ref and then I gave the ref a bunch of money so that the ref was my friend? And then my friend really likes me and gives me the benefit of the doubt when I punch that guy in the back of the head I'm not supposed to.
I see. Yeah. I mean, so technically the ref is supposed to be part of an association that is unbiased and verified. And then that's why, of course, you know, multiple fighters that, like, whenever a deal goes bad and it's like, I will only fight you on my home turf in my home
and you're always like, that's ridiculous.
With my people.
Really. not really, man.
You know, with my complete specific arrangement so that I can stand right here. God.
Or what if instead of me giving him the money, Jimmy the Lip gave the ref a bunch of money so that he'd be Jimmy's friend?
Yeah. So, you know, this like, I think embracing technology and embracing a camera to make a call that's better than a ref is the fairest thing to do as we go into the future, because this the baseball shit is absurd and insane.
I have a question. It's tangentially related, but you or chat may know. But I remember there was a long-standing historical problem with soccer/footy. Mm-hmm. In that the refs on the field were God and abjectly refused the use of video technology for any calls under any reason. Mm-hmm. Did they ever change that?
I don't know.
That shit was crazy.
I don't think so, because I feel like we would have heard about it. I know that football, when I was growing up, it was similar, and then they eventually implemented the timeout rule where you could challenge the ref's call. So in the NFL, there was a point where you can spend a timeout to go, fuck you, you stupid dumbass, go check the replay on that, I know you're wrong. And if
I'm
you
in
were,
the opinion.
and if you are wrong, then you get your timeout back and they undo the call. Or if you are, or if the call out was, if the team was wrong to call it out and the ref was right, then you lose your timeout. You know?
I don't know how anyone, like, you know, obviously we're just diving back into making fun of Europeans and the world for watching soccer, but I don't know, like, I don't know how you can sit there and have your favorite player, like, obviously dive and, like, pretend to be a pussy and then see the ref isn't looking and then get right back up and not just turn the TV off and walk outside. It's so gross, man.
Yeah. And you know, like, it's like the ref's word being the word of God is like, it's also coming from a thing where you go back and, you know, not even like in pretty much contemporary history, like within this century, and there's examples of like teams getting like killed and shit over the results of games and stuff. Like, it's so fucking like nuts, in particular in some places where the sport is that dead serious, where it's like all the more reason why a human being should not be making this call. Get a fucking camera, get all that tech you have to you know, have an instant replay and use it to be precise about what's going on.
Hey man, you want to get really into it? You want to get real fucking into it? Let's talk about the Olympics judging every sport that has no objective criteria at all.
Sure.
Right? Russia judging this year, and coming in at top marks for the Russian judge is Russia.
The location,
what
the location selection is the most corrupt thing in the world to begin with. Why would the games themselves not be fucked? Of course. You know?
I don't understand
and
why
then,
people from the country that is performing in front of them are allowed to vote on them at all.
And then on the other side of the fallible ref discussion is, you want to talk about current news, right? So Draymond Green just got suspended indefinitely, a basketball player from the NBA, because like he had this like particularly egregious like turn around and knocked a guy down like hit. But you just look at the instant replay of like, look at the highlights of this dude's career, and it's just him dropping Galactica phantoms on people and making it look like a mistake. Like, like imagine a career of like waiting for the ref.
I fell down.
The ref's cone of vision is here, and the moment it goes this way, you drop a heat action on your opponent and then continue playing the game. Like, there's one in particular where like a dude drops down and he does a Yamazaki stomp. Like, he gets his foot up in the air like sumo height and bah, and then jumps off and goes like, whoa, what happened? You know, it's insanity. And like the whole thing is predicated on the ref going, oh, I don't know, looks like two guys fell over. Anyway, back to the game. Like, straight up dropping fucking level 3 haymakers on people.
You know, I'll say one thing, and this is a compliment to soccer.
Trust the process.
I think at the end of the day, in a competitive sport, and I don't know what this says about my personal perspective, but I think I can respect a guy like Zidane, the soccer player, who tried to sneakily headbutt the piss out of that guy, knocked him right over under the ref's nose, more than the guy who pretends to be headbutted and falls over. Right?
We couldn't get robots on the field soon enough, man. Fucking hell.
I think we should, if we do have the robots. Wait, what do you mean by that?
Robot referees.
Oh, I thought you meant like robot boxers and football players.
No. What the fuck was in KOTOR? Was it Godo or Goto? Remember Goto?
Yeah, the floating orb, yeah.
I want that to be the referee.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
I want a floating camera orb on the field that just is in for all sports is the thing that just is like beep and then
Like, I think that
shoots a red card at you.
I think if you have robot boxing, though, you should have the consequences of that boxing match applied to the pilots. So, like, at the end of the match, you look at the robots and you're like, all right, we're going to have to whip this guy's legs for like 20 minutes.
Okay, recreate the damage. I see. So it's not anime damage where it happens in real time.
Yeah, I know.
You know?
So that they're like, oh, man, I really got to tighten up.
Because I mean, like when my gunpla takes damage, I gotta be like over here on the side going,
Yeah.
But yeah, okay, no, I'm following.
You know what? No, I'm going back to what you're talking about. Just strap everybody to a fucking full body electric chair. Damn it, I'm doing it again.
I mean, I was waiting for the what they should do, but here we are. Anyways. It was fun to do commentary for boxing. That was a good time. Oh, shit.
I'll tell you what, though. If somebody paid me to take a dive, down I go.
Yeah.
Bye. Oh, my career's done. Bye.
And, I mean, like, we can say this, but I'm not going to pretend that, like, the desktop on the OBS setup that was streaming the games I'm not going to pretend the wallpaper on that was not just Megalobox.
Of course it was.
So.
This is like a fucking... Do you want it to be Joe, Megalobox, or fucking Epo?
Those are the three places we're going. But don't let anyone know. Don't be that dorky manga kid. You got to be there. Hit the bags and.
There was
do it for reals.
A TikTok creator I occasionally would watch. No, it was a YouTube creator. I forget his name though, but he did like. Here's analysis of old-fashioned boxing shit, and he'd go back to like black and white footage of old boxing shit and tell like a little story.
Jack Johnson.
He did one on Jack Dempsey.
Okay, yeah. There you go.
And showed off the actual
Dempsey roll
of the Dempsey roll.
I think I've seen that video. I think I've seen that exact video you're discussing.
And then he had a follow-up video that was like, what are you people talking about in my comments? What is this airplane noise? Like, what the fuck is Epo? Huh? And like then a follow-up to that going, okay, so I've watched Hajime no Ippo, and his takeaway was that the person who wrote it fucking loves boxing.
Yes. And makes it look everything is more exaggerated and cool, but the actual Dempsey roll is just leaning in and fucking the momentum never stops, but it still looks like boxing.
What, you're telling me that the actual Dempsey roll doesn't leave a fucking blue shadow image?
Look, man, I've had to do my bobs and weaves and step-ins and step-outs, and I still haven't gotten the after image every time. I'm really, really trying to get it going, and I can't. Also, it's not really supposed to be a figure eight. It's like an infinity Mugen symbol. It's kind of more of a in and out. It's more, but anyway. I've said it before, but the world is big enough for the like absolute nonsense Prince of Tennis / Eye Shield 21 representations. I'm super down with the dinosaurs going extinct because of my fucking serve, right?
Fuck, it's the only thing I know about Prince of Tennis. That's the only thing I've ever seen was the fucking serve that kills the dinosaurs.
I'm very, very satisfied with that, but I'm also satisfied with a slam dunk-esque realistic take on the thing, There's more than enough room. All right, beyond that, I booted up and I played some Dredge.
Oh man, Dredge is just so goddamn good.
It's really good. It's really good, and it brought something interesting to my attention about these types of games that because I'm still pretty early, right? But I've made it to like the second set of islands,
right?
And I definitely I was not expecting it to be so relaxing. The moment, because given the nature of it being like there's horror in the deep, I was expecting a much more tense experience, but
fishing's just chill, man.
Fishing is super chill, and then the horrors are if you're not watching the clock properly, you know. Yeah, real nice, just boating out there. I love that, and you know all the things that I enjoy about a nice sail on the open water and a fun little fishing mini game that's easy and simple and just, you know.
And
like,
each type of fishing has a slightly different kind of easy fishing mini game.
But the different types of fishing mini game, like I like how that switches up as well. And then outside of that is just like discovery, threat, upgrading your boat, you know, the fear, the panic, all of that is just really well done. But like there's something that is really interesting that I'm curious about in these games, right? So far, I've had minimal hostile experiences and encounters, and I've had overall like a lot of that has been mitigated, but it's also because I'm playing like a good boy. And so this is where I kind of think about game design, and I wonder, right, if there's a game that tells you not to do something and then you won't get in trouble and then you stick to it, and then eventually the game's supposed to tell you, okay, well now you have to break the rules even though we told you not to, a little bit. And so it kind of introduces it in this case by saying, hey man, get back to port before night. You don't want to be out there at night during the night. And you're like, okay. And I'm a good little boy, and I'm like fine, and I pull back in before it gets too dark. And a couple times it got a little bit past 7 and it got to 8 o'clock, and I was like, oh shit, I saw some shapes out there, I saw some eyeballs, some things are getting scary, but I for the most part avoided it. And then it's like, oh well, I need you to catch a squid, and that you can only catch at night. Or I need you to go,
and then you're making longer and longer trips, which are going to necessitate being out later.
But that and then eventually, yeah. So I went and I got like the first of the sunken treasures that I was supposed to find, you know, which you do at night too. And I had one of these like scary encounters. But I do wonder, like, if like in games like this, if you do follow the rules and never really push it, because my curiosity wants to know what's happening out there.
Right.
So I'm kind of eventually going to be like, let me just fuck around a bit. But what if you're somebody who sticks by the rules of what the game says and then therefore never really gives it an opportunity to do its thing?
You know, Wooly, I don't know if you knew this, but you have directly segued into something I played this week.
Interesting.
In a violently direct way.
Interesting. Okay.
In that I played Slay the Princess this week. And the Slay the Princess, you get into the forest and a man says you should go to the cabin and slay the princess, and I went okay, and they said pick up that knife, and I went okay, and then they said don't talk to her, I went okay, and then it said stab her now, and I went got it, and then it said cool, you're done, and I'm like all right, and then I got the fucking joke ending and it kicked me back to the main menu with links to the Discord and the fucking Reddit page on it, and I beat it in like fucking 12 minutes.
The obedience.
And the lady who played the princess was in the chat going, "Yay, you did it!" And I'm like, I feel confused.
Well,
like I think I beat it. I did it what I was supposed to do. Why is the game over?
And then
I was like, okay, maybe I'll do something different, I guess.
Yeah.
But like an older, or rather younger version of myself would have gone, wow, that game sucks.
Right.
Steam refund, goodbye.
And the concept of the unreliable narrator being lost on the young one, you know, not to mention the concept as well, which thank God there's been enough examples at this point so that like it can be understood. But the game with like the multiple endings where each is a container as a part of the whole. You know, the Yoko Taro, the Zero Escape, you know, where you kind of are like, there's a larger thing at play here. And each of these is just going for multiple experiences. And
yeah, a game ending as chapter ending.
Right. Don't trust the literal direct series of steps to reproduce in front of you. So the... in the case of Dredge, you know, it was like one where I was like, like I'm certainly now like, you know, pushing it a little bit more, but it's me inviting that threat into my gameplay, and like I do wonder like if you really I guess I expect that there's going to be less and less ability to avoid the threat, right? There's going to be less and less,
and the threats become a lot more aggressive.
Okay, because it's because that's also a bit of a papers please thing too, right? You know, where it's like, are you following orders? Okay, well, eventually you should stop having control over that, you know. But there was at least that initial point where I almost felt like it's nighttime and I'm pulling into dock to take a nap, and I look out at the darkness and I'm like, there's gameplay out there.
There is.
You know, but yeah. Still real
but
cool.
you have to get more capable to deal with that nighttime. It's not so much being a good boy, it's as being out late at night for any length of time in the very early game is just going to break your ship.
Yes, so that's what I quickly, like, I did learn after that those early encounters, that it's like, oh, you're not missing nighttime content as much as you are missing, like, well, okay, you're not missing nighttime conversations and discoveries and, you know, encounters as much as you're missing nighttime things that will kill you and just completely fuck you up and then make you have to go, oh shit, fuck, get back to daytime. And then I guess once you realize that, it does kind of simplify things a bit, and you're like, oh yeah, okay, right. It's not as if that thing in the distance that's moving around, when it eventually finds me, I'm gonna enter some big location or conversation or event. It's more just like, nah, that's gonna kill you. You need to get away from it.
You got to know how to do a boat better or gooder.
But there's always that, like, you know, that part where I'm just like, okay, you want to see how the weirdness and how that the horrors that they're implying at do manifest themselves, you know. And I wonder, I guess, like, are there, because you are more at home in the survival horror game,
yes,
you know, category, and are there games where the survival horror whoa IRL survival horror, what's going on?
Okay, so I'm very sorry, but for whatever reason, the neighborhood birds think that our windows are not existent. And so, like, every couple of days, like, a fucking sparrow or a robin will just
fly into the window
on one of our windows.
Sick. Very nice.
And
okay,
we were like, oh, is it those windows over there that have the curtains on them, so it's like a black void? No, it's also the kitchen windows that you could just see in our house from the backyard, and the bird is like, oh, I'm gonna fly through that.
Well, you should go check if its eyes were glowing red, because it might have stole your fish.
Oh man, that's shit, isn't it? Because that's unavoidable. You can't get away from that.
Fucking sucked. I had a really good shark.
Especially when you get the weird rare
I got an aberrant shark and it fucking took it. Yeah, that was you know, but yeah, you definitely learned. But I was gonna ask if there are games where, like, the horror is locked behind you, like, wandering off where you shouldn't go, or, you know what I mean, like doing the thing you're not supposed to do.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And if following the instructions, you can just be like, well, you did it, you played the video game, and then nothing happened.
Despite not being Stanley Parable is despite not being a horror game, is Stanley Parable.
If you just follow the instructions.
If you follow the instructions, it's very clean. If you aggressively fight the instructions, in some case you get in some really very strange, like, not fun stuff. But yeah,
Portal,
the
certainly.
one that brings to mind the most is, like, Dying Light, in which like, the nighttime aspect of that game is horror, whereas the daytime aspect is action. People are mentioning Lethal Company, which I'm not personally familiar with.
Yeah, that seems to be where you're doing a job, and then, like, there's shit that can kill you, but you're trying to communicate to stay alive and do the job well. I mean, Portal, another example of, like, you can follow all the instructions,
right into the fire.
You know,
Goodbye.
and that's that. Yeah. But I did feel like kind of that little pull of like, I wonder if I should be pushing it a little bit. But
That
yeah,
being said,
real cool.
Dredge is more horror as like tone rather than mechanic.
Oh yeah, I mean, that thing, like, it'll get you with like besides like actual like threats in form of like whatever monsters and creatures and unknowable things in the deep. There's just like, where the fuck did that rock come from? You know, like you're boating along and then
dude,
cliff.
That's the best. That might be the best madness effect I've ever seen in a game, in which those rocks are absolutely not there when you weren't looking at them.
Your lights just lie to you, and then, you know, based on how good your fucking like boat lights are, it's like, oh shit, out of literally nowhere it spawns into existence. Those fucking rocks, man. Not to mention the and then another little thing with the like, it's like, hey, turn your lights on to see better in the dark, turn them off,
right,
so that you don't get seen if you ever need to be not seen. And then sometimes your lights just kind of come on by themselves anyway. And I'm like, I did not press that button. What the fuck? You know? And I'm like double checking. I'm like, did I press what? Yeah. So, anyway, yeah. So that's a fun little one to definitely throw on and relax to and slowly chip away at. Good gaslighting mechanics.
Yeah. Gaslighting is an important part of many horror games. Any horror game that has a psychological edge to it, gaslighting is very important.
I checked out the Darkest Dungeon 2 DLC with the Binding Blade, which introduces the Duelist and then later the Crusader. So you can eventually, unlock Renault. And yeah.
Yay!
He is. And so I, just from streaming it, I did a run where, like, testing out the Duelist, and like getting some of her backstory and kind of figuring out the build. It just so happened that it's like, okay, now that you've learned this, it's also the worst setup you could have against the boss of the chapter that I was in. Like, chapter 2 has a boss that requires you to hit ranks that she cannot hit.
That's rough.
So but either way though, like, it took a second to kind of figure out, like, what are they going for with this build. And I like what they did is they created a character that is a front rank brawler. So there's a lot of characters that are like, a lot of classes that are heavy hitters that stay up front, and then there's like versatile like grave robber or highwayman that can like kind of play between ranks 2 and 3 and or be good up front as well. They can move around, and they have like riposte and things like that. And like, so she's a little bit of both. She lacks some of the explosive damage of the heavier class abilities, but she has the ability to like counter damage incoming, and switching stances is really cool with her as well. So yeah, she kind of just ends up being like a duelist, you know. She like, as the name implies, like, she's a fencer that can do things like switch between offensive and defensive stances, and like, as you basically style switch and get access to different abilities in each style, you can also like command other people on your team to like get extra turns. You can give yourself extra counters. You can, you know, stab from the back row all the way to the front. And she's a really fun mobile class. So like, if you play a particular group that is all self-sustaining, that can heal themselves and move around and attack from each rank, you can have a very fluid team that's good, you know. So that was a fun new class that I think is interesting. And as you unlock more of her backstory and more of her abilities, like, it starts to make a lot more sense what her game plan is, you know. You in particular want to give her time to like set up her stances and then do something devastating, or get into rank to like give someone an extra turn or so.
That sounds like a lot of work. What about Renard? Does he hit people with his fucking sword?
So I just unlocked Renault, and I didn't get to do a run with him yet.
Sorry, Renaud, not Renard.
Renault. Yeah, so you have to do a whole side quest with him that involves multiple steps of like tracking down where he's at, what happened, and all these bits and pieces, and then eventually you get to a boss, and then you unlock him. But I just got him, so I haven't had a try yet. So I'll report on that later. But at the very least, if he's like similar to the way he used to play, then that should be fine. I expect him to swing the sword and then hold that fucking banner up and make people feel bad for their sins.
And look at this. Look at this. You
Read.
feel bad about it? You feel bad? Look, you can't read, huh? That's embarrassing.
Yeah. But good stuff with that. Also, some good quality of life adjustments to the game. I think I talked about it a bit last week, but just like, yeah, things like making the enemy death's door is now much more predictable, and you can plan for it. It's not going to be like 10 times you just rolled bad and the enemy stays alive at 0 health.
So I know I'm a total amateur at Darkest Dungeon 2, and like I had the whole thing about the caravan a while ago, but like when I was playing it, I had a couple of rounds where I like was fighting, the chapter 1, like not even the boss, but like the micro boss at the end of like a dungeon.
The layer
and it was
boss,
like six hits at 0, and I'm like, what is this? Is just this
unfair.
Is mean.
It's just
this
unfair.
Is unfair.
Yeah. No,
like I won.
Yes.
5 times over.
There are that's what keeps it Darkest Dungeon, even though the game has like it had like there's things that they've let up on, but there's bullshit where you're like, I'm being robbed of my ability right now, or like you're on death's door already and you're bleeding and like you survived the death blow, but then next turn it's the bleed out that gets you, or just or like you go to heal yourself with like the occultist and he crits, so he does like a super heal for 0, but it's a big crit 0. Mean, absolutely mean when it wants to be. But yeah, still just a lot of good stuff there, and of course the backstories are really dope as well for at least the duelist ones that I've completed so far. So, definitely want to. Something I appreciate too they've done is the ability to save, move, and team loadouts, so that you can quickly just go back in with the same team you wanted.
That's a big deal.
Humongous, real nice.
Like a team loadout. Like this is the team that I really like and ran. Oh.
Yep, because I got really quick with like, I know which ones I want for my what build, and I know how to I'm gonna like, okay, go over to Grave Robber, set her to Night Sworn, give her lunge, give her pirouette, take off the pick to the face, give her absinthe, and just like okay, cool. But now we can just spare that moment, and in particular when there's bosses where you're like, I'm going to fight the burning library, right? I'm gonna have to hit the back rank, so switch to all your characters with the ability to hit the back rank instead of their usual roles and such, especially against the mountain boss, especially so quick save loadouts, quick save move sets, quick save your team. Real happy about that. So yeah, shout outs to the
with Renaud there. Why do I keep saying that? With the Elite Knight set from Dark Souls now back on the roster.
You can call him Crusader.
Is there anything in like, because when I looked at it, I felt like Crusader was the only like piece that was like, this is missing. This is obviously missing. It is crazy that Crusader is not here. Do you feel that there's anything that like the game is now currently missing, or that it's like more complete?
I get that. I would love to see the Houndmaster come back. I would love to, the Houndmasters are really cool. Like you and the dog picking targets, sending out the Hounds Harry. Really good at like hitting all 4 ranks and taking away their dodge tokens and things like that. But I do know that it's like, hey, this is a brand new engine and we're starting from scratch, so we're not going to have, and they want to bring out new classes in addition to some of the old. So the lore reasons are like as the world has gone dark, the holier classes are gone, the more religious classes, just there's no room for that anymore, because like the academic has fucking unleashed hell, you know. But as as a decent setup for this, like they're coming back with like little like, you know, like here's they even have like the antiquarian, which is another class that was like originally playable, but now it's a boss in the game, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Where it's like I could see them being a thing where like they're like, okay, we made the antiquarian playable if they wanted to. But each character, I feel like because there's so much that goes into them now compared to the first game, I understand that the frequency of release is much slower.
Oh yeah, it's definitely more work than a fucking single set of art assets and the ability tree.
I would say one character in this in 2 is like the depth and complication of like 3 in the original or so. You have, you know, instead of the 4 moves to pick from, you have your 5, and then or your 4 moves to roll with, you have 5, but then you also just have like that many more that you get out of a really detailed backstory puzzle system that is often really well done and you know, like well thought out. So yeah, but that's pretty much the only thing. Like, and that's just a preference. I would like the Houndmaster. I thought that was a fun build. Or even just like, you know, even if they wanted to find other ways to like make them playable, like the bounty hunter being a one-time hire, for example. It's like, here's a playable character that is limited in, you know, their how you use them and such. Like, even if it was stuff like that could be fun. But yeah, I wouldn't mind that. Still a fucking sick ass game, and I you know, I continue to recommend it. Beat Pizza Tower, strong finish, really
strong pizza finish,
really really fun last boss that unlocks a like special last boss mode that the character goes into. So, you know, there's some stylish shit you can do in that final challenge. It's like, here we go, right? Everything hypes up, the music gets going. It honestly, like, so the last boss fight kind of goes full Cuphead on you, right? There's like in gameplay and in some of the music and tone, it goes into like a Cuphead vibe, which is really, really fun. And then the thing that you I mean, it's no real spoiler. As you play through the game, walking around the pizza tower, you can see the pizza time blocks all in position, so you know what's coming eventually. And sure enough, you have a nice big pizza time for the ages as you make your way out. You know, if you're a fan of your get the fuck out of Dodge Metroid escape moments, you get a real good one. So,
see what you mean?
Yeah. It's real.
That's not what I thought. That's not what I thought that was gonna be.
It's real hype. It's great. Short and sweet, and a game that demands perfection if you want to fucking S rank it. And in particular, I got to watch. Then I went and I watched a replay of. There's a level that is on a timer. It's called War, and if you don't hit your timer refresh, you're kicked back out to the start, right? So you have to just like make it through and like always be wary of the time running down. And the extra challenges for P rank require you to do it perfectly, never dropping a combo, and then when you get to the exit, you go for a second lap, and you do the whole thing again with this time without enemies, but just on a timer, you know. And it's like watching someone like do that like as cleanly as possible is a fucking feat. It's really, really like a cool game to watch being played to maximum movement efficiency. Yeah, you just get, you know, a move set that begs to be like precisely mastered so that you can like 180, and as you're sliding, that's just enough to fall off the edge, drop, and then blast back the other way. You know, making use of all your traversal mechanics and grabbing enemies and throwing them in the right direction, and the whole thing, you know, is just like, again, momentum madness. So, real awesome shit with that. Strong finish, good stuff to pizza time. Yeah, and pizza time to Pizza Tower, that is. And that's pretty much it. So
I wish Pizza Time didn't conjure the images in my mind that it does.
Also, I always appreciate a fun like end credit that has like all the enemies walking by, and the only thing that you're missing is like the enemies getting their name and like credits, almost like Donkey Kong Country or a Kirby game, or just like starring, fucking King K. Rool.
Whoever the fuck is in Pizza Time, fucking goddamn it.
Hey, there's Peppino, there's Gustavo, there's Brick. there's a level full of literal pig cops. There's all kinds of shit going on there. But yeah. Anyway, so you can as always check our stuff out on Wooly Versus on YouTube and on Twitch. This week we're gonna be out in Florida, so Holiday Matsuri is going down, and we are pretty much gone as of tomorrow.
Beware, Florida Mans lives down there.
The event is imminent. Therefore, we will not have anything streaming this week, but we got the video still dropping and such. But yeah, for this week, pretty much up until Saturday, we're gonna be gone. So if you are in that area and you want to come chill, me and Reggie are gonna be down there. We're gonna do some panels. Gonna just be in the gaming room, playing some matches if you want to come play some matches and stuff. We're gonna do some I think it's called Beat a Pro, quote unquote. But that's more.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, but that's more because Justin Wong is also there. So, but we'll be around and available. We'll do a bunch of events throughout the weekend. So come check out the gaming room at Holiday Matsuri in Florida, Orlando. Yeah, if not that, then we'll be back next week as usual. What's going on?
Oh, think what is going on? So hey, you know what's a really fun experience, and I'm really glad that I got to dodge this experience. So I played Slay the Princess, which is fantastic, strongly carried by its narrative design and voice acting, in that it is a game made entirely out of narrative design and voice acting.
Mm-hmm.
But that narrative design and voice acting is fantastic.
Yeah.
In which, aside from my earlier statements, I really don't want to say anything about it other than shut up and you should probably play Slay the Princess. That being said,
a VN maker is a really simple thing where you just put text and images together. But if you do that sufficiently well, you can create.
Put all the images and the voices in the right order. You
can create a really good game out of it.
Though it is a very specific pet peeve of mine that can't be avoided, and it's just the nature of things. Where I played Slay the Princess, and I was like, wow, that was so cool. I can't wait to stream that again next week. And then I woke up the following morning with the news, hey, idiots! Slay the Princess is getting a new super D-duper director's mode that changes and adds to all the existing parts. It's not a totally separate thing that is being added on. It's the whole thing being remade into a better version. So if you're playing it right now, stop. And wait and play it later.
The classic.
When it's better.
You didn't play it. You didn't complete it, right?
I played for one sitting.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I did as well, but it's beatable in one sitting, but I assume you didn't.
You are wrong. You are not right.
Yeah, you can complete it in one sitting. I did, but you don't get every single route there, but you can get a true ending in one sitting.
No.
Okay, then I didn't do it, and reality doesn't exist.
You get out. Really?
Yes. No, I'm lying. You could do it in one sitting, but you're not going to get every single version of the princess. You're going to get multiple, but there is enough that you can do to get the true ending.
Then you must have beelined it.
we got multiple. We did the multiple routes, and then we hit that point and had our finale.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, shit. No, I barely scratched the surface.
Okay. Well, I mean, then that's good shit up ahead.
I'm sorry. Well, I didn't mean to I was mistaken. I thought that game had more to it than I guess it did.
So, I mean, without to talk around it, if you haven't played it, I don't want to go into detail, but like there is routes, and then there are a number of routes you can do to get to a finale, but it doesn't require clearing every single possible variant route to get to the finale. It requires an amount of them.
How many runs did you do?
I don't remember.
Okay. Because I did 4 or maybe 5 and was nowhere near what seemed to be anything conclusive.
Yeah, I don't remember what the count was, but it does kind of... There is a mechanic for checking to be like, what's left? What more do you want? And then it kind of will be like, you're getting close, or you're almost there, or you've got a way to go. It'll kind of imply a little bit. But yeah, you know, in any case, though, more routes is some cool shit because, you know, I've been told, like I said last time, like I missed out on some woolly bait, as I've been told in particular. So some of those screenshots of the DLC, the expanded content, whatever the case is, yeah, feels like it'll be warranted a visit that, you know, maybe you can get a true ending seeing a completely different set, and that's a fun prospect.
I think the game that did it to me the worst. Do you remember Divinity? So prior to BG3, Larian made Divinity Original Sin 2, right? Do you remember what they announced would be coming in the definitive edition for that game?
No.
A complete top to bottom rewrite of the third and fourth acts of the game.
Jesus fucking Christ.
And I was in I was like halfway through the second act. And I was like, well, fuck that then. I'm going to fucking wait.
So,
and then
here we have the Persona 5 Royale problem.
Yeah.
I loved what I did and saw and got, and I hear nothing but amazing things about what else.
Oh, I played a bunch of Royal,
but I'm like,
Royale.
I spent so much time on that original.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't have it, man. I might not have it for a minute, you know.
I was playing Royal, and I was like going through, and I was like, wow, every sitting there was like a good 15% that was like, oh, this is new, this is interesting, but I'm still redoing the same basic stuff.
All right.
Overall,
a take just occurred to me.
Tell me your take, sir.
I'm not sure of the temperature of it, based on time, but also egregiousness. But say what you will about the answer. It sucks.
I will. I fucking will. I'll say plenty.
It sucks. But is there something to be said about the fact that if you beat the original game, you could come back and play for answer starting at a point that didn't require you to play through the entirety?
You're 100% completely right. 100%.
Right? It made, at least if you had beaten P3 when it came out and then they dropped FES and you played P3 FES and then went straight to the answer, it was a little bit better for somebody who already went through it than it would be to have to do the answer at the end of another run.
I think Royale would have been improved by being... The Royale part would be 3 months added to the end of the game that everybody started at a unified level, and the social links weren't there because you couldn't do that in that period of time or whatever.
Selectable on the title screen in a different place.
You know, like an expansion.
You know, that's it. And then like it just, I know that it also changes shit on the way. It adds more and stuff, but then again, so did FES, right? So
Yeah, but at
Fest
the same
upgraded
time,
the
like,
original game and added the answer. The extra months, yeah.
like I played fucking Kingdom Hearts 2, and guess what? Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix is like a full point better than Kingdom Hearts 2 as a game in general. Like it's way better. It's way better.
I mean, P4 versus the Golden is massive as well, right? I guess it's just it's a little bit more friendly to someone who's already gone through the game. If you upgrade the base journey to be a better journey, awesome. And if you add the extra months that come on at the end as a separate thing you can load into directly, that would be nice too. That's pretty much it. Because at this rate,
Baldur's Gate 3.
I'm gonna get back to Royale, but I'm like, I don't know when I have that. It's just fuck, you know.
I think BG3 and Divinity Original Sin 2 are really fantastic examples, because I don't know anyone. Like every single person in my Discord friend group has played Divinity Original Sin 2 for like 60 to 100 hours. I don't know anyone that's beaten it. And a huge proportion of that is because the fucking global restart that happened to them when the fucking enhanced edition or definitive edition got announced, that was like, hey, by the way, the whole fucking third act and fourth act of the game, we're not happy with it. We're going to completely do it over and it'll be free. And so they were all in act 2 and 3 and just went, oh, okay, I'll restart later. And then they restarted later and also didn't finish it, and in many cases didn't even get back up to where they were the last time. And you see when Orlarian was asked about, like, are you going to do a definitive edition for Baldur's Gate 3? And they were like, no, we're going to patch it. And we've seen like the epilogue get added and the ability to recruit Minthara be added and clean this up and clean that up, because like the longer the game is, the more unappealing it is to tell someone we're going to make the whole game way better as a big package.
It would be real sloppy, but I would even take a like, instead, like I would even take a like, hey, click here to not start a separate extra point part of the game, but click here to, like you said, load up a set of characters, all stat neutral, that goes right to January, you know? And
it's like, hey, Persona game, hey, we've added 3 more months to the game, but because of the way the game's linear structure works and all that, it's all at the 110 to 130 mark.
Do you want to just go there?
In terms of hours.
Yeah.
Remember how exhausted you were when you beat the final boss last time? Well, roll that exhaustion into January.
This is where we say farewell. Is it? Did we? I love that fucking game. Yeah, that's a lot. That's asking a lot. Well, I mean, whatchamacallit?
So I'll be back to slay the princess in 4 to 8 months.
When that shit drops. Cool.
I also played, I did a sponsored stream of Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader by Alcat. Which I feel like if you've looked at Pathfinder Kingmaker or Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, and you know what Warhammer 40k is, the entire game just comes together in your mind, and it's exactly that.
Okay, so in Rogue Trader, where are you in this world of there's insane gods and soldiers and shitty humans and then bullshit underneath the boots under the ground?
Okay, so
where in the hierarchy of 40k needs do you fit?
40k is a weird fiction because it's so grimdark and violent and non-discussion based that where the fuck would you put a goddamn CRPG? Well, luckily, if you dig deep enough into the Warhammer 40k nerd shit, you will find that there is a hyper-specific particular profession in the Imperium of Man called the Rogue Trader, in which the emperor wrote these big ass writs of free trade to give them the permission to do anything they want as long as it technically benefits the Imperium in the long run. And this was an existing thing within the fiction. So the writs are these gigantic fucking like bus-sized pieces of parchment that are kept in, you know, robo vaults.
Yeah. You're a specter.
And they allow you to talk to an alien instead of being mandated to shoot the alien by the Imperium. And so like your classes are basically implying you're a human being and you're either a psyker or an operative or somebody out of the Imperial Guard, but the team is like your character, like a commissar or something, a psyker, one space marine, etc. Humans,
Okay.
like mandatory human, a sister of battle, but you are allowed to talk to an Eldar.
So you are a filthy basic human in birth, but you have been given like high tier permissions.
Yeah, you can do anything you want.
Gotcha.
Which is really the only place a fucking Warhammer 40k CRPG could possibly go, because you gotta be able to talk to people and run around planets and do quests and shit.
Yeah, from the outside, the impression I get is if you were to just go like, you can roll and you could be anyone in this setting, wouldn't 90% of the people in this setting have zero freedom to do anything and just be stuck?
99%.
You're born into a life of whatever it is, like you're on the grinder, you're born above a pit to fall and die. You know? Yeah. Okay.
And after that, it's like, hey, have you played? It's an Alcat RPG. It follows their formula incredibly clearly in that character creation is either invigorating or nauseating, depending on your particular desire to min-max your never stop shooting stacks divided by the turns left on your character's action sheet. And whether or not that gives you a boner or a stomach ache.
Do you see a dice roll when you do things?
No.
Okay.
But more than anything, they really just like dive into the setting like super, super intensely. Because like you're fucking like you know the bottom part of the interface on like a CRPG. Mm-hmm. Like it's robots and parchment and like flickering animated candles as part of your interface. Like it's in love with its own setting.
So of the different Warhammer games, I guess something I'm curious about is like, do they all have like a standard of like lore inclusion and detail that is like overseen and made sure to be in depth, so that no matter which game you play, there's a lot you can get into?
Like it. Okay. I'm not. There's so many.
Or are there some that stand out more than others as like this one has a fuck ton going on?
Well, this one would be the one because this one has Alcat's dictionary system, in which they're willing to throw a million fucking things at you. Like in the very first conversation, if you're not familiar with Warhammer 40k, you could be sitting there going like, what? Who the fuck is the Emperor? Well, luckily there's some nice mouse over shit to be like, this is the Emperor. This is what a psyker is. This is what a Xeno means. Okay. Etc.
Because it's like, you know, I mean, with a setting like this, I imagine that Games Workshop is like making sure that none of the games they license out for people to make are just like, there's no backstory really in this one. You just kind of, if you know, and it's basic and
I'm fairly certain that the level of care varies wildly per game. Like I know Rogue Trader has got its fucking neck deep in it, but I think Dark Tide is also doing a good job. But you know, the fucking ship builder RTS, I don't know how that's doing.
And I guess it's how much reading versus how much show and tell, right?
You're reading a lot. There's a lot to read. But yeah, it's a CRPG made by Alcat with a Warhammer 40k license. If that is appealing to you, go and check it out. If it's not, Check it out anyway. It's the best game I've ever played. Giving a thumbs up for the people at home.
That's a wow. Okay. And how would you rank Pathfinder?
Pathfinder Kingmaker I beat all the way through, and I think it's a fantastic CRPG that has a very extreme learning curve. And while it does have good controller support and it does have console versions, the game's requirement to pre-buff is so extreme at normal difficulties and above that if you're not playing it with the buff bot mod that you just set up all your buffs and click it, that it is arduous.
When you say pre-buff, you mean like sit there and like just cast spells and prepare for each fight?
All right, Wooly. We're going into an encounter. What do you want? You want haste? Okay, cast haste.
Like a raid.
You want you want protection from evil 20 feet? Okay. You want bless? Got it. You want the alchemist's fucking daily transfusion? Throw it down there. And every single character has 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. And you're going to need all of those for the hard encounters. And that will take you 15 minutes. And then those buffs are going to run out, and you'll have healed yourself, so you'll run out. So you know what you're going to do? You're going to rest. It's very similar to Baldur's Gate 1 and 2.
So
instead, you do one of 2 things when you're playing. One of 3 things when you're playing Pathfinder Kingmaker or Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. You put the difficulty down, so you just don't do that. You just don't do it at all, and play the game normally, and it'll kind of even out.
Okay.
You play on the normal difficulty, and you install the cheat mod, which makes all buffs last for 1,000 days.
Okay.
Or you use the buff bubble bot, which allows you to set up all the buffs on a single button. So you have your long-term buffs and like your short-term buffs, and you click the long-term one after a rest, and if you're having a really big fight coming up, you click the short-term one, and all your guys will cast all over each other. And of note is Rogue Trader does not have pre-buffing at all.
Okay. So you say you don't feel like you're wasting your time like you did.
Yeah.
When I think of that, I think of like I assume it's significantly longer and different from, let's say, getting ready to hunt in Monster Hunter, because I feel like you can spend a bunch of time getting your shit together for something like that.
You can.
But I like at first I was confused, but then after learning a bit more about each step of it and stuff, I was like, okay, this is a little. I get the idea of like preparing for the hunt, you know, and sharpening and what do I want and what type of trap and da-da-da. So it's like a part of the game. And then I also remember seeing what people do pre-raids before you know, in World of Warcraft.
Yeah, pre-fight buffing in Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, Neverwinter Nights, Icewind Dale 1 and 2, and both of the Pathfinder games is not fun. It is actually terrible. It is so terrible that Pillars of Eternity 1 and 2, both Divinity games, and Baldur's Gate 3 were designed around not allowing it.
Okay.
Like in Pillars 1 and 2, the people who, many of them made Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, they were like, no buffs that you can cast before a fight start. You can cast something to make you stronger in a fight, in a pinch, but no pre-fight buffs. And
that makes sense, because the buffs just become the new default state of the character if you never enter a fight without them, right?
Yeah. So like Baldur's Gate 3 will have like, so I'm running a Warlock Bard right now in my replay. I cast Gith, Wisdom, I cast Mage Armor, I cast Speak with Animals, and I cast Longstrider. And that will last me until my next long rest, which is like, can be like 2-3 hours. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Like in Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 and some of the Pathfinder games, you're having like a tough encounter and resting, and then moving forward to the next room in the dungeon and having a tough encounter and then resting. So like every single one of these processes is multiplied on top of themselves. It's awful.
Yeah, I mean, in 3, it felt like in Baldur's Gate 3, like you could spend a lot of time doing that, but like a bunch of encounters, you kind of just trip over them and you're like, oh fuck, we're fighting, you know. And with
Yeah, like there are people that like are trying to min-max it, and they're like, well, you know what I'm going to do in Baldur's Gate? I'm going to hire 4 hirelings, and I'm going to make them all abjuration mages, and then the abjuration mage is going to cast their guiding what the fuck's it called, the fucking warding shield on one of each party members, so that the damage on every party member is split between them and the hireling back at camp. And I'm going to do that on every long rest because it's optimal. And most players are just like, I'm just not gonna do that. I'm not. I know. I would rather game over and try the fight again than fucking do that every time I long rest.
But if it ever becomes like a mandatory thing, But the thing is, it's like, again, like when I think of the Monster Hunter version of this, I don't find that time bothered me later. I mean, again, I haven't.
But Monster Hunter's different.
It feels like it's a part of it, right?
Monster Hunter has a holistic and like internalized part of going out on a hunt, because you're going out on a 30-minute hunt, 15 to 30-minute hunt. And so like, hey, everybody, because there's a kind of a co-op thing to it. Let's all go eat. What should we eat today? Oh, we should have feline insurance because we're going to fight Diabolos and no one knows what we're doing.
Yeah. So
let's all have the, you know,
which ultimately, I guess, it brings the, like, what I'm thinking is like this process that is arduous in these examples here could be made fun if it felt more like it was part of this, not part of the setting, but more called for than just like doing chores before every encounter, right?
Well, it's a thing of like the older games and the way they codified the way that dungeons work and the way resting works. It's why in Pillars 1 and 2, in order to rest inside a dungeon, you need to use a relatively like limited resource. Like you can carry lots of food in Pillars like you can in Baldur's Gate, but in order to use it inside a dungeon, you can only carry 4 on you into the dungeon. So for the whole dungeon, you can only rest 4 times.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, shit. We're just talking about Darkest Dungeon. It's like they're in that case, you can like spend turns in battle to buff and do things, but in terms of like outside of battle, just having you just have permanent trinkets and things you give your characters that are just like, between these 2 fights, you have the ability to increase your defense if you want to, knowing you're going to need it for this, but like you're going to sacrifice something else to put that on. And so, you know, in that case, it's just like changing out your equipment as frequently as you want to, or if you don't want to, you know.
Yeah, so like they realized this when they did Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, because you know every one of these RPGs, specifically CRPGs, has to have a way to make the character feel like special, usually so they can talk to people. And Wrath of the Righteous does 2 things. 1, resting will accrue debuffs over time. So like the longer you rest in a region outside of your base, the stronger enemies are going to get.
Because you're being too passive?
No, because everything is so fucked in the region that game takes place. Demonic influence is just constantly sapping your bullshit as long as you're not in like a consecrated place.
Okay.
And the second one is that one of the core upgrades you can get as part of your, I don't know what it's called, the fucking mythic system, is to turn any buff that lasts for 1 hour in game time into a 24-hour buff. So it would like persist through rests.
Yeah, well, how does time work? Is it locked until you rest, till you long rest, and it's like
the time is on an accelerated basis.
Okay.
So like because I don't know what the specific math is, but like, you know, when Baldur's Gate, when something says it lasts for 10 turns,
sure,
that's because it actually lasts for 1 minute in real time,
60
because
seconds
around
times
6
10.
seconds.
Yeah.
Right. So
6 seconds times 10. Yeah. Okay. And I guess are there moments where time stops
when you're talking to people?
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, no, Rogue Trader seems fun. I really liked it. It's in love with Warhammer 40K, and it's a genre that, despite the fact that Warhammer 40K has like expanded its license to like everything, CRPG is like a desired one, but it's also tough. And Owlcat was very much the right choice for that.
I mean,
what else did I get a hold of this week? Slay the Princess, talked about that. Ooh, I played Killer Frequency. Ooh, have you heard about this at all?
What was that? I think I did. Let me see. That name rings a bell.
We need to come up with a genre title for this, because like I want to call it like a mundane drama.
No, I don't know what this is.
Okay, because in Killer Frequency, you are running a radio show, a late night radio show in a podunk, like tiny town of 1,000 that nobody really listens to, right? And so as part of running that radio show is you have a mixer and you have a turntable and you have the call button, you know, and so you'll be like, we should play a track. So you rifle through the records, grab a record, throw it on the player, hit it, turn up the mixer up to the record. You know, you'll have ads that you play via cassette tape and, you know, a fucking soundboard where it plays like fart or laughing noises, right? So that's the game, is the mundanity of handling your radio station. But the hook is that because you're in a tiny little podunk town, when a serial murderer comes back from the dead, he's a ghost, and takes out the entire police station and 911 operation, the 911 operator routes the 911 system through to your radio station.
Okay.
And so you are now taking 911 calls during a slasher film.
I see.
Interesting. So the guts of it is handling the radio, but the secondary guts is people calling in going, the guy's trying to break into my car. Oh, I'm scared. I left my keys outside. How do I hotwire my car to get out of here? And you'll be like, hold that thought while I play this track.
Yeah. So I was going to ask, do you have to hit the post so that like, someone is being killed and you're just like, I can give you as much advice as I need to, but as soon as the song's intro is over, I got to fade right out. So here it comes.
Yeah, no, what happens is like, you'll be like, the storyline will dictate, hey, I'll have to get back to you. And then you grab a record and you put it down, and then you get to choose whether or not to spend the time introducing the song. So you introduce the song, and then you're like, listen, there's a guy who runs a car show on this radio station. Let's go rummage around in his desk and see if I can find any information about hot wiring a car. At which point you would take his car magazine, bring it back, get back into the point and click, and basically keep talking or nobody explode or everybody explodes through the thing. And you know, you'll have like
cut the red wire. There's a knife. The killer's behind you. There might even be a second one. All right, she's just a small town girl.
Yeah. And you're doing stuff like Perfect. How do I get my car going, or how do I escape from the hedge maze? And you're rifling through the garbage to see if anybody has any like pamphlets for the hedge maze. And it's riveting and it's super cool. And it flip-flops between you handling the radio station and exploring the the empty late at night radio station, which is spooky as fuck, even though nothing's really happening because there's a serial killer on the loose. It's pretty short. I think I got about halfway through it. It's great. It's super good.
Nice.
It's really, really, really cool. I believe it is on sale right now. It is super cool.
Yeah,
I like it.
I have the utmost respect for any radio jockeys, and like hacky or not, if you can hit the post by just talking through and you know, giving whatever bullshit, talk about the weather, talk about the traffic on the bridge, and as soon as you finish talking, like the song starts, the lyrics kick in right away. That is an insane skill.
It's hard. Oh yeah, somebody points out that like you're trying to handle the 911 shit, and like the agent of a musician who contracted you to play their song calls the station to threaten you to sue if their song hasn't played by the end of the night.
Oh yeah.
And so you're like, I gotta put this 911 shit on hold and dig that record out if I can find it.
Kesha bought 80 plays today. You better fucking play them.
Better hit those plays. Yeah, it's great. It's fantastic. It's called Killer Frequency. It's got a good art style. It runs well. It controls well. It looks good. It sounds good.
It's aggressively
cool premise.
Pink and
it's fantastic.
And blue. Yeah, I guess Team 17 is really trying to not be the Worms company, and they're becoming a publisher that I'm seeing them pop up in quite a few places
Blasphemous
now.
and this. It's good
Dredge,
stuff.
Dredge as well. They published, yeah, and um, they were just the Worms folks
For the longest time.
Cool.
What else did I play? So, hey, I played the smallest amount of something, but just enough that I really, really want to talk to you about it, Wooly. Grand Blue Fantasy Versus Rising.
Nice.
Is a fucking enigma.
It's free.
It is so weird. Everything about
Available
it
now.
is, oh man, it's so weird. Okay, one, hey, this is what I have been talking about forever in what you mentioned. Free. Big roster, full-blown rotation per week.
Grabble's got a free rotating roster.
I went, you know what? There is no barrier to entry. Fuck it.
Yep. So
I'll fucking download it. I'll see how the Steam version is.
I think KI is the only other game that did that. Not counting the I think like Tekken Revolution or the weird micro games. But I think KI was like free with a rotation. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, so I hop in. Hey, there's a guy named Siegfried. He's got a big ass sword.
Dead or alive. You're right.
All right, here we go. Let's go to tutorial. First of all, good tutorial. All the features, like a huge proportion of the game's features, are open for the free play. It's really crazy. Like they're like acts 2 and 3 of the story mode will be locked, and many colors will also be locked. But the rest of it, including full online play with the characters, here you go.
Also, that tutorial is super needed because the game used to be very, very simple because everyone was essentially a modern mode character in the original game. And like that was people, and people were like, yeah, how do we make this more in depth? And so they went and added 2 types of EX moves and an extra bravery point system, and like there's so much mechanically going on. It's quite complex. It's load heavy for a game system.
That's my second thing that I wanted to talk about because
it's so much.
because Grand Blue Fantasy Versus does something really great. I'm looking at the tutorial and I'm going through the thing and I'm like, there's a lot here. There's special moves with motion or with button press like Smash. There is special moves that are EX. There's special moves that are 1-bar supers. There are supers, and then there are desperation supers. And the desperation supers, in some cases, have follow-up commands within them, right? However, every button auto combos. And like, hey, what's the bread and butter like corner for Siegfried? It's YYY, EX Fireball, YYY, Launcher, EX, EX.
Do your big overhead if you want to spend.
For like 70%.
That's an expensive ass combo, but yeah.
Sure, but my point is like, and like it's got a lot. It's got guard break and a guard break follow-up system, and it's
guard break counter.
But at when I loaded in on match 1 and was like, I don't know what I'm doing, the game allowed me to hit the XXX and the YYY, and things happen. Like the floor is for the skill floor for this game is underground.
Yes, and that's where it was beforehand. But this is a weird game because it is the game that is the easiest like level of execution required, followed by the most systems and other shit that you can ignore. Admittedly, you can choose to ignore it. But if you do want to learn what's going on, fuck me, there's so much to keep track of.
There's so many systems, but when I'm looking into the system and I'm like, okay, well, how do I how do I do the EX fireball in the corner so that they stagger? Oh, R1 and triangle.
Never mind the character specific subsystems.
Sure, but like,
yeah,
but like the actual mechanics are like, in terms of me physically touching the controller, are dirt simple. Like, wow, dirt simple. And so like I you know, I was like watching, people are sending me stupid matches, like sent me a stupid clip of like, hey, did you know that Siegfried can get a 0, 100 to death, touch of death combo within like the early seconds of the match? And I'm like, okay. And then I watched it, and the important thing is that despite the fact that I'm brand new, I was able to see what happened. A lot of people who don't who play a lot of fighting games or have played a lot of fighting games forget what it's like to look at it and go, I don't know what the fuck happened on the screen,
right,
at all.
And I mean, Siegfried in particular, like if he's like buffed up with his level 4 damage, you know, and you're seeing him do shit, that's not like real damage per se, but you can see the game plan is there are moments where you can choose to end your combo by buffing up and taking and installing, you know, instead of going for a knockdown or whatever. It feels as if basically if you take Grand Blue, the original game, as the base beginning of the journey, there's a fork in the road, and one leads to DNF, which is the path of Marvel, the path of Fist of the North Star, the path of fucking insanity Kusoge, just block this mix-up fool, right? Like, get motivated, white boy. And then the other path is we're just gonna drop more systems in place, and like the mental stack will be too high, hopefully. And I think it feels like that's what they went for, because
like, you know, overheads and sweeps is like a basic level thing, but like sometimes it's hard for new players to, it's part of the basic combo. Every basic combo you can just say, I want it to end with an overhead or a fucking sweep.
I mean, like the moment I saw in the tutorial that it's like, how do you get a bravery point back? And it's like, by doing a super. It's like, by landing a super? No. Just doing it, even if you whiff, gives you back a bravery point in that like whole like guard break system mechanic thing. And when you don't have bravery points, when you're empty, you take more damage.
You die.
So just trying to do that Street Fighter 6 style, like overwhelm you with the mental stack is the path they chose.
And then after that, I saw a clip show up on my Twitter timeline that was Cagliostro versus Beelzebub, and it plays out like the goddamn Gintama meme of them flash stepping behind each other infinitely looking for the opening.
Fucking, and I'm like, nothing personal, kid battle.
And I'm like, this is like the stupidest anime game of all, but the buttons is easy and it's free. So I played like 25 matches and I had fun. And I'm thinking about getting it later this week. Like, there's never been a fighting game with a lower barrier to entry until maybe Project L.
Right? We'll see how they decide to launch. But yeah, making a rotating I don't know who's free right now, or how, like, is it 1 week per character?
Right now it is Gran and Jita, Siegfried, and the blonde lady with the spear.
Okay. Yeah, they Zeta. They
Zeta,
if you have and like multiple characters rotate or just one?
Gran stays.
Ryu stays. Yeah. Okay.
The rest rotate.
Okay. Yeah. Smart.
And it's got a big fat fucking roster. Like, they have a lot of room to rotate on.
I look forward to Belial being rotated in so that everyone can discover the sluttiest opening and victory lines I've ever seen in fighting games.
Which is Belial the guy who looks like Satan wearing sunglasses?
The man whore, the one who's rubbing his nipples as he walks into the fight.
So I have a question. I have a question about this game that I don't know about because I don't know how this fighting game works. Because there's Belial, and then there's Belial with horns.
Yeah, there's hornier Belial.
And hornier Belial, like I was loading into ranked matches and they were placing me whatever. Here you go. Here's a new player. Here's a new player. But then I'd get to Avatar Belial, and then that guy would be comboing me into the dirt, like infinite, like near infinite.
Yeah.
And I'd be like, is like, it felt like, am I playing a Guilty Gear Gold character here? Or is this...
You see, Avatar Belial has the power to make the bass drop, you know? And that's what's important is once you have the bass cannon on your side, you can never be defeated.
And then I was like, this feels like I'm fighting Street Fighter 2 Akuma because I'm dying. Help me. And then I got to the end of the round where he dropped his combo and saw that he was near death, even though I had never touched him once. And then realized it was Street Fighter 3 Akuma.
Glass cannon.
He is made out of tissue paper.
Yeah, I went to pick him because I just like, again, the energy is hilarious, and like I was like, okay, I see what he's got. But in the end, I was like, yeah, I felt like I wasn't really feeling how to open up people in neutral with him versus Siegfried, where it's just like press the big sword button.
Oh man, that's a good B button.
And then they're open. And now what do you want to do? Anything? Okay, cool. Right.
I would also like to point out, I don't know if you've played the game on Steam. It is the most baffling Steam release I've ever seen for a fighting game. It is the only fighting game that I've ever seen have these issues, and they are not problems, but they are weird. So if you, it has non-regional pricing, which does suck if you live in a region that would get hurt by non-regional pricing. That's actually a legitimate problem.
I've seen people say that this game, like gacha shit, like kind of is part to blame for some of that.
It might be. If you are playing it with a PlayStation controller, you get to see the strangest implementation of controller support I have ever seen. Step 1, the game on Steam lists overtly, this game does not have controller support of any kind. Big bold letters. When you go into controller support config, it says this game does not have controller support. Then stop. Then you load into the game and it asks you if you want to use Xbox buttons or keyboard buttons. And I go, Xbox? And it goes, okay. And then I turn on my PlayStation controller, and it loads in the official controller layout for PlayStation pads for Grand Blue Fantasy versus Rising. And here's my favorite part. When I'm moving through the menus, all the top menus have PlayStation buttons on them, but all the notation at the bottom is Xbox buttons.
They completely, so they just fucked up the overlays implementation. That sounds ridiculous. Yeah. I don't know if it's a matter of libraries or anything like that, but they just, clearly that, because I mean, I only played it on PS5 directly, so I didn't see any of that, but like, man, that's clear. If Steam,
so funny.
If Steam doesn't recognize it, then they fucked up and launched it incorrectly.
Wooly, it is, I've never seen it like this.
So I'd be curious to see what would happen if you plugged in a stick and just like, what type of buttons you would see. But most of the time, the whole Steam overlay implementation thing is a catch-all for when the game fucks up. But in this case, it's the other way around. Not having it in means it's relying on
they're all just on top of themselves.
Weird.
It's so funny.
And because it's PC, you're allowed to fuck around with that. There is no guideline against what buttons have to show up or so.
Yeah. So as somebody, I'm looking at the store page and it says partial controller support, but the partial controller support is for your Xbox controller, and it explicitly doesn't have controller support for the PlayStation controller, except it has full controller support for the PlayStation controller because it has PlayStation buttons. But if you turn off Steam input to use the PlayStation controller support, all controller support is broken. So when you use the PlayStation one, it has to pretend that it's an Xbox pad. So some parts of the interface detect the Xbox pad, but other parts of the interface correctly detect the PlayStation pad.
Which is so probably weird. Why your solution would be to go outside and get DS for Windows and then use that to emulate an X input, which then just completely simulates an X input controller, tricking the game entirely.
Well, you don't need DS for Windows because that's what
Steam overlay is supposed to do. But if
it is doing it. I played it with a controller, no problem. I was just getting into menus and it would say hit X, and I'd be like, is the PlayStation X or Xbox X?
I still use it for games outside of Steam and everything else regardless, just to simplify the process. But yeah, they fucked up royally on that.
It's so funny.
But yeah, no, it's definitely. I wasn't very excited for it when it was announced, and a lot of that was based on me just enjoying DNF's full Kusage bullshit more, and also like some of the beta stuff. People, like when it was originally being tested, the beta versions were not. People weren't. There was some weird shit going on. Like there was a weird things where, like, I think the tech window for throws was like a fucking year, and a couple other systems that were insane.
Long.
There was essentially a drive impact mechanic that was added at the end of the last game that was then taken out of this one. They were really like, yeah, shooting for the fences with a couple of swinging for the fences with a couple of those things, but it seems like they landed in a place where they're like, okay, our design is going to be all around just, again, being top heavy and having this mental stack, which, you know, after fucking around a little bit and playing some of it, I'm like, okay, yeah, this is cool. I personally still have a preference for DNF just because, like, I like the bullshit. But like beyond that, this is GBVSR. It was fun, and I don't know if did you play Grand Bruise by any chance?
I did not play Grand Bruise
because the Fall Guys fighting games is also available, and you know they committed, man. You can fucking do a full on Fall Guys bit. And that's also why you can run around that lobby and hang glide and travel far and wide and climb to the top of the sky and drop down and shit, because they're basically just doing the Fall Guys mode.
I will say that I played maybe 10 or 20 matches, and then I finished it, and then I was like, I didn't even think about the netcode. I didn't even think about it once. I just played my matches.
Yeah, when we played it, we had, I think we had 2 or 3 rough matches during the beta. But again, that was the final beta, and it wasn't the release version. So if it's in a solid state now, fucking fantastic. And I also, like, under the radar, like, for some reason, I don't know why they didn't update or make a bigger deal of it, but Sam Show apparently got working final rollback as well, like 2 or 3 days ago.
Is it working?
Apparently it's good and working now. It was just, like, the official Sam Show Twitter didn't announce it. Like, it was just one weird side thing that it was, like, completely unannounced, and I don't know why they just did it so quietly. But apparently they fixed it, so I have to go investigate and see, because the last one was not great. But it's nice to not have to think about it, right? The sooner we can get to never saying the word rollback again, the better.
There are only 2 left.
Well, and then the future, right?
Yeah, no one is going to change their fighting game series over to rollback and then fucking go back.
I mean, Sega's wild, bro. Like, who knows what we'll see? Who knows what we'll see? I would not put anything past anybody. I would not put anything past Harada. I would not put anything past Sega. I would not put anything past a number of these developers. It's always fucking possible. SNK was putting out games with functioning rollback, like older titles, while simultaneously having new ones that were fucking it up, you know. But yes, soon we will never even have to talk about this. It'll become a non-subject because it's by default. I can't wait.
That's pretty much it for me. Oh, wait. There is one other thing. So now that I've spent way more time on it, I've been reading catching up rather on a lot of manga in terms of with my Kobo. That is definitely the best e-reader for manga because it's the biggest. But
shame you didn't wait.
Why is that?
Well, I don't know if I mean we're gonna get into it in a minute, but is Studio WIT about to, upend your One Piece restart by basically going we're animating it definitively, and this is gonna be the way.
My kid's gonna be an adult by the time they finish that.
They said, I don't know what it means, but they announced where they're starting, right? Is that point the beginning?
Yes.
Okay. The East Blue Arc.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I've been reading their One Piece, and I specifically caught up to Rogue Town, which is just past the end of the live action, and which is gonna kind of coming up to the end of Romance Dawn, and would be the ending of the anime that we are talking about right now, which would be the East Blue Arc.
Okay.
That DeWitt is doing it, and people have been telling me forevers, which is don't watch anything, just fucking read it. Just fucking read it. Stop watching it, just read it. Reading it, did you know that One Piece is like really good? No, but people like Luffy. I like Luffy, yada yada. There are a couple things though of note, specifically with its anime adaptation. The anime adaptation is like widely decried as being the slowest filler-filled shit ever up until episode 980 or something like that, where Toei wanted to put out a fucking episode a week for fucking 10 years, and they were going to do it no matter how they could possibly do it. So lots of filler, terrible pacing, constant flashbacks to things that you already flashback to back in the fucking same episode, pre-bumper, post-bumper, recap, just constant, right? And I watched like 250 of that, and it's bad. It's so bad. I didn't realize how bad it was until actually reading the first 10 or so volumes, because One Piece, the manga, is fast for a manga.
Okay.
It's not just, the anime isn't just badly paced. The manga is fast as fuck.
So
so fast that I'm having to go back and reread pages because I'm like, how did Luffy get to this position?
Interesting.
Oh, I missed this tiny off panel.
I guess when a studio announces they're redoing a thing entirely, that is pretty much an admission of we did not like what we had the last time around, right? Like this might as well be called One Piece Brotherhood.
Yeah.
I think
that's what we call these things now.
Right? Okay. So, yeah.
The One Piece art style also looks a lot better when it's drawn good. Yeah, the characters are cartoonish and sometimes very ugly, but when they're not really, really badly drawn under the strictest time consideration possible, they look a lot better. Every single panel that has Buggy on it looks great. Whereas in the TV show, there's some rough bits. But also in which I'm describing how fast it goes. It's going so fast that the covers of individual chapters are being used to tell one panel side stories. So like,
Interesting.
hey, do you want a full chapter of what happened to Buggy after Luffy beat him? Well, over the next 26 chapters, the front page of the fucking chapter is Buggy side story number 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, which is a full chapter in and of itself of what happened.
Interesting.
Or, hey, what happened to Kobe? Here's Kobe's entire arc, one panel at a time.
Nice. That's fun.
On the chapter cover. And it's just so fast. Viz Media translation is pretty good with some issues, such as my favorite character and yours, Wooly, the three sword swordsman. That's right, Roronoa Zolo.
Zolo, of course.
Zolo.
Lola Nola Zolo.
Zolo.
How old is the manga translation?
97.
And then the anime started
97.
Okay.
No, sorry, the anime started 98, I think.
Okay.
Good old Roronoa Zolo.
I mean, context clues couldn't give away what they were trying to go for there. Like,
no, what they were trying to go for is that 4Kids didn't want to get sued by Sony because the Mask of Zorro had come out the same year.
Oh my god, it's 1997.
No, it was 97, 98. So they didn't want Sony to sue them. So
the
they
world
named
was
him
a different
Zolo.
place. Yeah, okay, fine. Fine. Antonio Banderas was still around and doing it. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And there's also some, every manga adaptation that you go through, you always have a fun little time of like, hey, what got cut out of every adaptation, right? Mm-hmm. And like my personal favorite is when the bounty hunter Zolo kills Helmeppo's dog. And how that was never adapted into shit.
Was it an evil dog that was coming for him? It
was, in fact, an evil dog.
Okay, I see.
So, like, the little girl with the rice balls, the Helmeppo bullies.
Okay.
Like, the reason why Zolo, that's right, Zolo, is in jail,
Zolo, of course,
is because Helmeppo's dog was running around threatening to bite her, and Zolo killed it, and they put him in jail. And there is a tiny panel of him doing like a samurai strike and the dog going bark and like blood shooting out of it.
So Netflix opted to to not. Okay, got it. Never forget that in Pokemon, that Ekans got fucking cut in half, bro.
Oh, I remember.
Murderated. Nurse Jenny can't fucking resuscitate that.
I really feel like the long-term arc of Pokemon's like tone would have been forever changed if the broadcast anime showed off what Pikachu really did to Brock's Onix. So to those of you who don't know, when Pikachu hits Onix with a Thunderbolt in the manga adaptation of Pokemon, he hits him so hard Onix is pulverized into gravel and dies. And
gotta catch them all.
Like, that's like your little thing of like, wow, this Pikachu is fucked.
Yeah. No. Your buddy animals want to come on an adventure with you to the top to be the best, and their lives are on the line.
Yeah.
Good shit. Yeah, like I'd love to see that with just like Onix fainted at the bottom.
Yeah.
Apparently the Arbok was fine. Okay.
And there is one thing that it's like I'm looking at the One Piece, and Nami shows up, and I'm like, oh yeah, I like Nami, and I'm like, oh, she's not like a deformed hourglass person in these early volumes. Like, she looks like a human. Like, you know how later Nami turns into like a freak?
Well, everything I've seen of that character looks like a clamp proportioned character. So
I don't know what that reference is.
Clamp is X 1999, and the if you know Clamp manga, it's the big alien head, Code Geass as well, like big head, super skinny body, really like they look like the Mars aliens type of proportions, really really wild and somewhat unsettling.
And I'm just like looking at it like, oh, that's weird. I wonder when that happened. Like, I really, really wonder the specific choice to make the character go from like looking good to looking like a freak.
Well, look,
and I was informed that it was Oda getting married.
Nice. It's interesting because there's the other way you can go with this is you're going to back to the manga and realizing that the manga looks way worse. Shout out to Attack on Titan. You know, like there's always the
Attack on Titans. It's different, man, dude. Like I remember, there's only that manga is ugly. The drawer of the Attack on Titan manga is doing their best.
Now to be fair, I think the only examples I've been showed have been some of the worst ones. So I probably have a very skewed, vibe for what it's like. But like I've seen some really empty looking, weird panels.
Like Oda is like you go to chapter 1, page 1, panel 1. Looks really good. Like it looks really good. It looks like somebody who has been doing manga for years and years and is like talented and has like a lot of experience. And then I'm like reading through the pre, the little artist bio thing, and it's like, this guy did 2 chapters of some shit and then decided to start One Piece when he was not even 20. And I'm like, wow.
Original fucking webcomic ass One Punch Man is a ride. That thing is great. It's so ghetto, and it's just like, but it's like because of the tone of what the setting is, like there's absolute charm to how fucking like squiggly and shit it is. I read a fucking webcomic ass One Punch Man before it started getting super shiny and fucking clean. The original one. Yeah, man. It's it depends on what the subject matter is, I suppose.
But yeah, no, that One Piece, it's all right. It's pretty good even. It's a fast read, let me tell you.
Okay. Let's take a quick break, and we'll BRB.
I'm gonna pee.
quick word from our sponsors.
I love these sponsors so much.
This week, the podcast is sponsored by Factor. The bustling holiday season is upon us. And yeah, you're probably busy, so you're going to want to get yourself easy to make and healthy to eat nutritious meals. And why not get them delivered straight to your door? Breakfast, lunch, and dinner, chef prepared, dietitian approved, ready to eat. Save time and stay on track with your healthy lifestyle. Holiday regret food has already begun.
Already?
Already
Dude,
begun.
it's like the 18th or 19th.
Oh yeah, it's straight up. For some reason, Punch Mom decided yesterday would be a great time to just make a batch of cinnamon rolls and just there you go, full batch. And you're like, yeah, good choices are being made. Thank you.
Okay, so like I have for once in my life, I have a better excuse for eating a bunch of cookies than you do. Like Paige got a bunch of cookies to bring to something, but that thing got canceled.
Oh.
And so we're sitting there and we're just looking
Can't waste them.
At a batch of cookies for like 6 people. And we're like,
and to be fair,
it's not I'm not putting them in the trash.
Exactly. And to be fair, these rolls were not made with bloodthirst intent. they were just made as a thing to do while she was hanging out with some friends. But the end result of that hangout was a large tray of just danger. So it's the time to get that on track.
You gain an average of something like 10 pounds over the holidays across North America.
Well, if you can get Factor involved, you can basically not worry about your meal prepping time. You can scratch that off the list. You can get clean eating. You can get never frozen fresh meals delivered straight to your door, ready in just 2 minutes. All you have to do is heat it up and enjoy. It doesn't have to be a time of suffering and agony. It doesn't have to be time wasted either. You can get from 35 plus chef crafted meals every week that support a healthy lifestyle, meets your preferences, whether it's calorie smart, vegan, veggie, protein plus, other wholesome options as well.
I appreciate that for people like me, they've labeled the food item as calorie smart.
That's it.
Instead of what my internal voice says to me about it.
It's nice to know, and
it feels kind.
Yeah. And
Factor could have been less kind and I wouldn't begrudge them, but they decided to be kind.
They could have used certain animal onomatopoeia to describe certain things. But
wow, that's just enough abstraction that it shouldn't hurt my feelings.
But I do want to know that if that meal's coming in at less than 550 calories per serving, then that's exactly what I'm looking for. Yeah, so that convenience is just around the corner any time of day. You can add add-ons as well, various suited preferences for whatever kind of breakfast items or grab-and-go snacks you're looking for. So be sure to check them out. Head over to factormeals.com/castle50 and use code CASTLE50 and you'll get 50% off. That's
50%?
That's code CASTLE50 at factormeals.com/castle50. And yeah, you'll get 50% off. Thank you, Factor.
Thanks, Factor.
This podcast is also sponsored by Cha-Ching Shopify. That's that noise that you hear when you make a sale. And yeah, Shopify is the all-in-one global commerce platform to help you with every stage of your business. As I am very, very honest about, we put microphones in front of our faces. We did not plan to get t-shirts to people or
can't believe I graduated from higher education.
None of this made any sense. It was very difficult to grasp, and the process, I'm sure, if we can bumble to this point and have Shopify making it a lot simpler, I'm sure you can too. In particular, if you've got whatever your business is and you want to reach customers at any scale, if you are just starting out, and if you're growing and expanding into a larger, much more accomplished business, Shopify is there to follow you every step of the way. Doesn't matter if you're selling scented soap or offering outdoor outfits, they can help you sell everywhere. They've got an in-person POS system wherever and whenever you're selling. They've got you covered. They've got the ability to help turn browsers into buyers with the best converting checkout, 35% better than average compared to other leading commerce platforms. And their award-winning customer support, all of that good stuff. In particular, if you want to figure out just the process of tracking what your sales are looking like, who you're reaching, what places are you can focus on and stuff, they're perfect for giving you all those metrics as well behind the scenes. They're powering 10% of all the e-commerce in the US. They're a global force behind Allbirds, Rothy's, Brooklinen, and millions of other entrepreneurs of every size across 175 countries. So if you're trying to figure out how to get your business going, check them out. You can sign up for a $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/superbeast, all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/superbeast now to grow your business no matter what stage you're in. Shopify.com/superbeast. Cha-ching.
I love you, Shopify.
Thank you. And this week, the podcast is sponsored by DoorDash. We are in that holiday season, and we got that sick ass promo code, Beast Holiday. Have yourself a beast holiday.
That's great.
Hell yeah. So
hey man, if there's anywhere I don't want to go into, it's a McDonald's around Christmas time.
Don't do it.
It's just
away.
like an onslaught of psychic damage and human misery.
Look, Shopify, DoorDash is available for you to get all the things you need this holiday season. And if you're getting your convenience, if you're getting your groceries, if you're trying to pick up the little items you might have forgotten, you wanna get DoorDash to bring them straight to you. In particular, in addition to just taking care of your grocery list and your holiday essentials, you can take care of just anything you might have forgotten for that party that you're gonna throw. You can focus more on getting everything you need for the holidays altogether.
DoorDash is I used DoorDash when we were home from the hospital. Be like, we need diapers. We need baby diapers now.
Get them dashed right to your door.
And a nice lady brought us diapers, and we were like, thank you.
That's it.
Thank you so much.
There you go. Yep. So order now and get the holiday help you need from DoorDash. Use code BEASTHOLIDAY to get 50% off up to a $10 value when you spend $15 or more on convenience, grocery, or select retail stores on DoorDash. Terms apply. And as a Dash Pass member, you can enjoy exclusive offers and perks all season long on stocking stuffers, decor, groceries, meals, and more. You'll also get $0 delivery fees, and reduced service fees on eligible orders too. So once again, shop DoorDash to get everything you need for the holiday season. That's code BEASTHOLIDAY.
Beast Holiday.
So sick. To get 50% off up to a $10 value when you spend $15 or more at convenience, grocery, or select retail stores on DoorDash. Terms apply. Thank you, DoorDash.
I love you, DoorDash.
All right.
If DoorDash was a person, I would kiss it and our beards would get caught.
It'd make all kinds of rustling noises.
Yeah. Wooly, there's one last thing I want to talk to you about my week.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a fun little thing that I'm sure many people in this chat are familiar with. Have you ever heard of the term sleep regression?
No, that sounds awful.
It sure is, man.
Is that some kind of Benjamin Button disease? What is happening?
No, it's what's known as developmentally appropriate. Sleep regression, it's at the 4, 6, 8, 12, 16, and 24 month marks. Your adorable little baby who is going to bed so easy and so clean decides, hey, bitch, it's 11:30 p.m. and I'm staring at you like this.
Where are we going? What are we doing next? Adventure.
And you're like, what the fuck is this? And you're like, Wooly, there's something like deeply, like gut-bustingly agonizing hilarious about like 11:45 p.m. for a baby that usually goes down at 9. And you're rocking and I kind of bench the baby. Like I grab him on and I rotate my elbows. You're like, shh, little baby, shh, go to bed. And then you look at the baby and you're like, is he asleep? Is he asleep? And you look at him and he looks at you and his eyes are as wide as they'll go. And he laughs and he goes, ha ha. And it's the cutest thing. And you're like, fuck.
Let's get this party started. Yeah. Yeah.
And it's like you learn, like you look at him and the wife's like, don't look at him. Don't look at his eyes. But he's cute.
You're powering him up.
Oh my God.
Eye contact is just absolutely reinforcing it.
But it is, so, baby, and like nap time, which used to be 4 hours between 9 o'clock and 9 o'clock, is now occasionally 6 hours or 25 minutes. Who knows what it could be? But it does come with something really cool. It actually does, because sleep regression is the little baby man brain configuring itself and going to sleep and waking up with a new skill. It's part of attempting something, internalizing somatic experience, thinking about it, going to sleep, wake up, new skill.
Okay.
So great. However, the new skill can be holding an object for as long as they want. Cool. That's cool. Or it can be learning how to quack like a duck for a solid hour. So you're like, go to sleep, little baby, and baby looks at you, just go blah 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 ha 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 blah blah, and you're like, oh, what could it be tomorrow?
Man, the grid system goes in a lot of different places. All right, who knows what we're gonna fill out? The
human skill tree is just a dartboard at random. Like crawling or walking? Fuck that. Quacking like a duck.
Hell yeah. That's, you know what? There's some good shit behind that path on the sphere grid. I want to see what comes advanced. Cool. Okay. So it's a sign of defrag process
mandatory
upgrade
sign. Your baby must sleep regress. Or else they're not going to learn nothing. So you discover this phrase when you're raising a child called developmentally appropriate, where you go, this new thing that the child does sucks. And then somebody who's had a bunch of kids or is knowledgeable goes, the kid has to do that thing that sucks so that they can learn how to walk or eat or speak or, you know, do that shit you need to do. And so they're like, oh, it's good that the baby is doing this thing that sucks.
It's fine.
And you're like, haha.
I've specced my infant into duck quacking.
Yeah.
Now what?
It's adorable, of course, because everything my child does is the cutest thing that I've ever seen in my entire life.
Surely
but
this
we're
will
not
lead.
talking about doing kickflips here.
First week.
So it's fun.
Yeah, first
and
we quack.
what was
and
that,
then, I was gonna say first we quack and then we talk. You know?
Yeah.
First you grab things and then you can throw them and yeet them from the baby seat across the room.
So the child, oh man. The child learned that he could grip things. The first thing my son ever gripped with his hand was my completely full cup of coffee.
Oh.
Ever. And I had my eyes on him the whole time, and I saw him reach for it and grab it, and I went, "No, you don't. We're going to move this farther away, and we're not going to sit here in this same way. I'm going to hold, because my coffee's on my left, I'm going to put your hands on my right side now." And then after the coffee came the rattle.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a very good idea.
Hey, you know those videos of like parents not paying attention and the kid just does something? Yeah, you can't not look at them for even a second. This baby can't move, but I need to look at him at every second.
Slender Man rules.
Because like you'll turn around to pick up something and you'll hear, "Bleh!" and you're like, what the fuck? And you'll turn around and the baby's got like half of his arm in the back of his throat and he's gagging because he doesn't know what hands are. And he's just punching his own fucking mouth going, and you're like, what? No!
Basically
don't do
the
that.
fucking baby May Parker in Spider-Verse. Turn head on ceiling. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Sick. Super cool. Dope that can happen.
And you're just like, oh, what an adorable little baby angel. If I stop looking at you for even 1 second, you will burst into flames. And he can't even move yet.
That's wild. Okay.
Like Wooly. You ever had? I don't think you've ever owned a cat, right?
Mm-mm.
Okay, so you own a
Only
cat.
dog.
Hey, you gotta clip your cat's nails, right?
I cat sat for my friend for a couple weeks though, so
Yeah, but you probably didn't you probably didn't clip their nails, right?
no.
Okay, so you got a cat, you clip their nails because otherwise they'll scratch on things, right? So how's that actually play out? The cat walks up to you and stretches on something, and you hear that noise, that fucking noise that is the cat the nails coming out, and you're like, oh, time to grab the cat, time to grab the clippers. We'll go into the bathroom and we'll go boop, 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 and clip all the nails so they're a little flat. And then the cat bites you because they love you, but they don't know how to show it. And then the cat runs away and falls over and is disabled. And and you're like, done, right? Well, do you know how you know when to file down your baby's nails? Don't find out. File them down all the time.
All the time. Okay.
Because babies like to do this thing where they're like, what's my hand doing? just slash their own fucking face.
Don't wait for the snicket. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
And you're like, why? Why did you do that? And the baby's It's looking at you like it's your fault.
Because the flesh is weak, and from the moment it learned of the weakness of the flesh, it was disgusted.
And so, yeah, every couple of days you get out like a tiny little nail file. And you go, here you go. Here you go.
Jesus, man. Okay.
Oh.
Okay. Yep.
Oh, it's good stuff. It's good stuff. I love that little guy, but man, babies don't know what they're doing, man. They don't know shit.
Well, they need a couple sleep regressions before they figure it out.
Yeah, they need many sleep on regression.
You know,
We're lucky though, because when our baby's sleep regressing, we're like, go to sleep, and he's like, ha 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 ha, most of the time. Many people's baby's sleep regression is go to sleep, like the loudest fucking thing you've ever heard in your fucking life, nonstop, if they've got like colic or something like that.
Well, I'll tell you who could use some sleep regression.
Yeah. Learn new skills.
How about E3?
Oh man, luckily there's very little news this week, right? Because the week before Christmas, right?
It's fucking dead. Actually, factually. So
if you watched the Game Awards, you knew E3 was dead.
Shout outs Gene, who I believe broke the story. It is for real this time, for real, Rip Bozo. It was pretty much dead in spirit, but not in like
reality.
Yeah, not on paper.
Not in the material plane.
But, you know, the moment Sony walked away was the beginning of the end. And everyone followed suit afterwards. And, you know, I mean, look, it's like it did represent a time in the industry where there was a big moment for everything to happen. And I'm sure, you know, for those who enjoyed their ability, if you were someone who was able to attend E3, make it in and skip the lines, you must have had a great time. But meanwhile, the rest of the planet, who either could not get in and those who could were locked into that process, didn't have the
E3 as somebody without a press badge is miserable.
But even outside of the attendee factor, there was the part where it was like everything and every studio always had, everything was revolved around having an E3 presentation, having it ready for E3, all the development schedules, everything was just pushed into that, whether it needed it or not. And it's just objectively better when each studio and platform can be like, we'll make a thing when we have stuff to show at a time that makes sense, and they can now do that digitally. There's no need for this anymore. Yes, there still are these award shows, and yes, there are still other things where they drop their trailers, but ultimately everyone realizing that they can just have their own event and you know, not need to follow
Dragon's Dogma gets to just go like,
makes so much more sense.
Hey, you want the release date? Here it is, 10 minutes of footage, buy it in a couple months. Didn't need to wait for E3 for that.
I remember, you know, I mean, shit, when I was growing up, it wasn't just E3, it was also Space World. Right, every year there would be a Nintendo Space World announcement, and you know, the whole some conventions were all press only, you know, and with zero consumer aspect to them. I think PAX, you know, kind of came along and opened it up so that you could get more people that could get more hands-on and time with games and stuff, and you know, that's cool. But yeah, in terms of just the ability for every studio to like be in control of its own schedule, E3 going away just pre-COVID, it was absolutely for the best in my opinion. And so like, yeah, now completely unnecessary. There it goes. Pour one out.
Also, like the biggest fucking period of the year is Q1 now for game releases.
You know, there's a lot of iconic and classic moments and things from E3 that we grew up with, but I'm not sad to see it go.
I feel nothing about this story, and that's like an indictment of E3 in and of itself. I used to take off work and skip every class during E3 so I could just sit and watch the game trailers feed update in real time and just watch every single one that came in. And now I'm like, yeah, whatever, E3's dead. Who gives a fuck?
Shout outs to that one time when they were like, okay, but what if we made it E for all? And now everybody can come.
That was a disaster.
That'll fix it. Yep. So there you go. And you know, with things like this not needing to be the one central focal point anymore, you can get Devolver going off and doing cracked out shit like they do.
Yeah, like,
You
hey,
know?
if E3's dead, where is Dave Lang's ghost gonna haunt?
There's a lot of places that corpse can be reburied for maximum haunting potential. So, rip to E3 for real this time. I think we said rip E3 many times over the years, but yeah,
I have said rip E3 many times.
Also, rip rest in peace, rest in piss, maybe even rip bozo, to anyone who received a lump of coal from Dota 2, because Valve has decided to implement a system by which they handed out gifts to people. And
They're having a holiday event called Frosticus or something like that.
And for those who were the most toxic and or those who were breaking the rules and doing all kinds of wild shit, they handed out bans in the form of a lump of coal that you opened up in the gift box that straight up said, here you go, for Frosticus, you get a lump of coal.
Sorry, you get a highly toxic lump of coal.
You're fucking banned. Peace.
And you're like, well, how long can your ban be? 2038.
Permanently.
And it's hardware linked, so every single hardware ID in that computer is banned.
So this happened on stream to a streamer named Mason, who apparently was banned for high levels of toxicity, as well as smurfing and I believe behavior conditioning.
Apparently this guy is known to be like wildly super toxic.
And would hire people to play on his account to
increase his good boy points.
And then, et cetera. Yeah. So a lump of coal. And you know, there was, I mean, that's the type we've hinted at and talked about the different types of, you know, cheater jails, and just what it all boiled down to the same event, which is psychological warfare against those who deserve it. And this is absolutely a step in that direction. The question was asked, however, it's a really good one. What if you don't open the gift box?
Yeah.
Right? Because
what happens?
Does the ban stay locked inside the present?
I bet you anything that at the end of the event, it automatically opens the gift box.
No. The moment you queue into your next game, it opens the gift box.
Oh.
You get that present, and you're probably going to want to open your presents. But let's say you decided not to. You're going to open that present. You're going to get that lump of coal. Yeah.
I think the part that you can only watch, you can only realize when you slow down the clip, is that the permaban comes with a bunch of taunts unlocked on your account. And the taunts all have names like "you earned it." Like really passive aggressive fucking shit.
Oh yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff, you know?
So this is following something that I was not aware of going on in Dota, where the decision came down from on high that pro players were not allowed to have personal accounts. That smurfing is too much of a problem. And everybody's personal account was to be destroyed. Because if you were a pro player and you had a pro account, you should be playing on the pro account.
Okay. Did they
They agreed to it.
Yeah, but
in
like
general.
pro accounts are like marked and are a specific.
Well, no, it's just the one that they would play
the
on
one
at
that
a
they're, the one
tournament
that they're
that's
on
known.
regularly. Okay. Yeah. Nah, man. There's a level of pettiness here that is mwah, just absolutely delicious, and you'll love to see it. You'll love to see it.
It's funny because there's a thread on our subreddit right now about how somebody tried League and were just like dumbfounded and ass blasted at the level of negative experience they encountered in League. And there was this big thread about like just how much worse League is than everything. And one of the reasons is that like Dota is the same genre, right? But Valve like tries to do things to tone it down. Like this band wave, they got like 90,000 people. And
Oh,
like
wow. Okay.
the rule that is like smurfing is done.
Mm-hmm.
Smurfing is over. Like they're gonna try really hard to deal with smurfing.
League is the Wild West.
And League is just like
Yeah. Okay. Right. Yeah. It was somewhere around that sound effect. Yeah. Okay. Christ.
And it just gets like worse and worse.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
but oh man,
you know, it's it's almost like the mentality of like, why you have to be mad? It's only game. Can apply both ways. You know.
yeah.
So.
Project L is gonna be the Baron's chat of fighting games.
I mean, I don't know what to expect there, but if
you know
they
exactly what to expect, and it's gonna rule if you had that little bone in your body made out entirely out of solid evil. Now, not all people have that bone, but if you do,
okay,
you're gonna feed that a little bit.
Valorant, is Valorant made by a different studio, and it's like and then it was picked up, like, is it exactly
I don't know
like
how that works in terms of studios and teams and stuff like that?
because like Project L is made by a different dev that was picked up by Riot.
Yeah.
Right. Is Adam, because I'm like, if there's things we could look at there that mirror here, you can see like, if this is the way it is in League, is it always going to copy over to
People are saying that it is Riot, like proper Riot.
Valorant was made
In-house.
in-house. Yeah, okay. Because in the case of Project L, I mean, well, it's like they got the Rising Thunder team name I forget now, but that team turned into a Riot dev essentially.
I don't know, man. If you want to talk about Valorant and League and toxicity, the Valorant culture is so strange. Obviously, I don't play Valorant and I don't interact with Valorant, and I can only describe what I see bubbling up from the surface. But it appears that like every single Valorant game is just like a bunch of would-be like streamers trying to goon all over each other with their sexy voices. Like, I don't know what the fuck is going on with that community, but it's fucking weird and cringe.
Because ultimately, what I guess I'm wondering about is like, if League is just an absolute cesspool, and when it comes to this shit, if the
Describe Valorant as Riz hell.
Jesus Christ. Radiant was the studio name. Is Radiant going to have any say in how like communication and chat and all that stuff is handled, or in, you know what I mean, how behavior is monitored and what they allow and don't allow, etc.? Is it entirely managed by them, which is, I guess, called Forge now, apparently?
I mean, it's tough to say. I've watched a bunch of small YouTube documentaries that basically describe how, like, if it's not on purpose, it's a shock, because every single part of League is designed to make you go crazy. Like every single aspect of its design and interface is like customed tuned to create angry emotions. It's like a soccer game times a million. And we talked about Project L, and we talked about how it's on your partner to burst you out of combos.
Exactly.
And you're like, holy
But-
shit!
But there are
People are gonna get so mad.
But there are simple decisions that a game can make that sets the tone. For example, when Killer Instinct decided that open mics were the default option, that set the tone. They're telling you what experience they want you to have by making you have mics on in the average match the moment you get it. You know?
Yeah, Mortal Kombat, I think, is the same way, where that's the default setting, is microphone on.
Right. So are you trying to set that open mic tone in this fighting game where shit's gonna get fucking grimy? You know? That's the big decision. That's the one that says a lot about what type of environment you want. You know?
I think the wildest thing about League and like in my limited experience, not being allowed to talk to the enemy team was viewed as a way to combat toxicity. But really, what's much more important is not being able to talk to your own team.
Well, if you're somebody that has that fucking evil inside you and you need it to come out and you can't put it on the people that you're fighting against, it's coming out on the people who are on your team. You're just filtering.
Externalized anger is so much less intense than the internalized local anger.
Man, it's just getting redirected. There's no way that's not way infinitely worse. Interesting. Well, that's what they're doing. And on that same note of fighting game stuff, there was an announcement coming next year. Bushiroad and Eighting are making a full-fledged, quote-unquote, Hunter x Hunter fighting game.
All right, so you're going to grab Knuckle, right? You're going to get into the match. You're going to get your contract out. You're going to be like, listen, I need to hit him with a Toyota Corolla with 9% APR financing. All right. They're going to be like, I don't know if I can handle a 9% loan on Toyota Corolla. And you're going to be like, you can absolutely do it. In fact, hold on while I go over to the back, while I wait, and you look at this contract while that timer ticks up. Okay. Now, every time the timer goes up, you're going to get an extra stack of financing. Okay. And you're going to want to run out that clock until 99 seconds until you finally come back and touch them, and they just instantly die. And the Toyota Corolla you sell them is a lemon.
Is this what Nen is?
Yes.
Okay.
Now listen. You might decide that you want to go up to Knuckle and file for bankruptcy, and now that's going to help you, but it's not going to get rid of this loan. You see, it's like a student loan. Okay. All right, it's not you want to get out of the dealership, it's going to keep running. You can't escape from your debt. All right?
Is that when the Chimera ants get involved?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Okay. Sure. All right. All right. All right, we're following.
I say to you,
we're following.
Without irony,
okay,
there are like nearly 90 chapters about someone trying to trick somebody into buying a Toyota Corolla at an inflated interest rate.
Got it. Okay.
In Hunter x Hunter.
Got it. Cool. We're here. So yeah, full-fledged fighting game is a hopeful term. I'm happy to see it because the implication, of course, is when an anime gets announced for a fighter, you're like, roll the dice. There's like a flip a coin as to whether or not it's just an arena fighter. And or a mid one at that. You know, it's the easy thing to do to just like, you know, whether it's going to be like a My Hero or Kill la Kill or any other thing that follows into after the Ultimate Ninja Storm style thing. But, you know, there's an easy solution there. But Eighting has a good trajectory of also being the folks behind Bloody Roar and DNF Duel and a little fighting game known as Marvel vs. Capcom 3.
Wooly, there is no developer that I would trust more to design a character whose super weapon gives them the super move, level 3, gives them a move set which is uniquely bad for the matchup they are fighting.
Okay.
Okay. I hit my level 3. What move set am I going to get? The only one I didn't want. Fuck.
Same developer that made Phoenix Wright. So let's see what we get. And also Tatsunoko versus Capcom. Yeah. Right on. Eighting's made some good-ass fighting games. They're credited on being part of the team for Street Fighter 4 as well. So they're like, I think they get overlooked a lot when people go, oh, want to make a fighting game, hand a license over to Arxis. But they're not the only ones, you know? So this is interesting.
You want to save up all your bars to get a level 5 Dark Phoenix? Guess what? You're going to win the match, and then the game will reach out and give you AIDS.
Me.
You. It will reach a syringe out and give you AIDS.
I suppose it's not going to be just getting your opponent's badge number, huh? I imagine we're way past that point.
A little bit
in this fighting game. Okay.
So there is one. So all joking aside, they have the potential to do one of the funniest things they could do for a fighting game, in which they mandate certain characters have better matchups against certain characters. Does the opponent have a spider tattoo? This is now a 10-0 matchup for you.
I see. If they're a member of that clan.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like it is a 10-0, you have no chance. They have balls.
If the little black girl shows up and the evil lady with the gun is her matchup, then the gun is versus the child is a 10-0 matchup as well, apparently. As far as I can tell.
No, that kid's all right.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
We'll have to find out, I suppose. Left off in a pretty precarious state. I don't know.
If the clown fights a child, their super meter is constantly growing.
Okay. I would like it would be pretty cool if the playable character list was actually like 100 deep, and like 80 of them are just instantly gonna die, half-life bar, one move ass.
No,
scrubs.
you could actually make like a pretty legit like regular
Super
size
roster,
like
yeah.
25 character roster and get like most of the ones
cool
that people were like, yeah, no, that's the good list.
Cool.
Oh man. Like there are 2 characters that should be on that roster whose entire game plan should run around timeouts.
Okay. Running the clock.
Just running the clock to the absolute maximum.
Interesting. I look forward to seeing what kind of ranged command grab the fishing pole will allow. Maybe it'll be a stance. Maybe I don't even know what to say or not say in the conversation.
Okay, Wooly, I'm gonna quantify that in a way that's actually a fairly direct metaphor.
Mm-hmm.
You just said, I wonder how Frieza's gonna deal with the extending staff that Goku has.
Yeah, the power bow. Yeah, it's a pretty big threat. That Nimbus Cloud is real nifty. It's fast. I don't know if Cell knows how to handle the Nimbus Cloud.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, well, so I guess and with that comes the like, do you just make Goku regular, Goku Super Saiyan 4, etc.? Do you just split it up in that way, or do you find a way to make it creatively
They're
part of the
like
same
each character has like a really clearly defined place that they would be put in.
It's so much more immersively fun to have one version of every character that can do all the things you need. Yeah, I hate when rosters split it up like that. We've railed on Dragon Ball for doing it, but be creative, and if your character has multiple modes or ways that they fight, incorporate it into one pick. Yeah, Eighting's legit. Let's see what this turns into.
Yeah, I can see. Oh, there's so much there.
Mm-hmm.
Cause like genuinely, Hunter x Hunter is like, it looks like kind of a basic shonen, but like a couple volumes in, it's way more like JoJo style nonsense in terms of like, just this thing doesn't even directly attack, it just does a weird fucking thing,
Yeah. I mean the nature of a lot of my questions as to like some of these fights are fights and some of these fights are not fights, but like, and there's a bunch of shit about like what hunting is and what what all that entails and
I don't know.
So anyway, all this to say that yeah, sounds pretty good. There's a good pedigree here.
If Gon fights his dad, it's an auto win because the character doesn't show up to the match.
Right. Wooly doesn't know. That's correct. I do not know.
Yeah, no, there's a lot in there.
I do not know. This is what we've established. All right. So, in terms of publicity stunts, this is one of the fucking wildest things. But apparently, to promote the man who to promote the man who erased his name, Sega's doing a Yakuza IRL funeral for all the dead characters.
Okay, I need to stop you right now. Okay. The Like a Dragon series fucking lies about who is dead.
So we're not going to be discussing who is in this funeral and what you see if you go to this event, for the record. However, there is a promotional event that is being held in Tokyo and in a couple different locations where you can go and place flowers on the gravestones of various deceased characters from the Like a Dragon franchise.
Wooly, do you remember the bartender in 7? Guy running the bar called he had a big scar on his face, glasses, older guy.
I don't know if I got that far.
Oh, you didn't? I'm pretty sure you did. Bartender, Survive Bar.
George Takai?
No, the guy behind the bar, voiced by David Hayter.
Okay, then
in Survive Bar. I'm being told that you did in fact get there, but it must not have.
I must be forgetting. Yeah, unfortunately.
Right. That guy got shot like 100 times from a helicopter minigun, and died. Like dead, died.
Uh-huh.
Like he was Swiss cheesed.
Which you are telling me because
he's running the bar and he's completely fine.
Did it happen in the side quest dimension?
No.
Okay.
No, it was main.
It was real.
Main story.
It was real. Okay. Okay. Man, unapologetic with it, you know? Don't even try to explain.
It was like a big deal in its own game, and then you're just like, hey, what's up?
It's like almost like like a world where it's like Schrodinger's like death. It's like it's only real if the main character grieves over you for a really long time and you have They do.
They're mentioned like a game and 2 games later. What? Wooly, they showed off. They did. You know, they did Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. They showed off like, hey, you're going to meet a cast of characters on your journey of infinite wealth. And one of them was the dead final boss from one of the games, also just running a bar. And it's like this guy got launched off of the off the Millennium Tower and hit the dirt.
Like most of the time when fiction chooses to just like ignore deaths, it's because the main character didn't grab their body and go no, you know, and have that acknowledgement moment. But that's great. Fantastic.
Then sometimes the series will have the audacity to bring back a character and be like, it's me, and the characters will be like, but you're dead, and then they'll be like, just kidding, I'm actually that person's twin brother that never came up ever again from America.
Yeah, so
it is like it is a lie. It is an abject lie.
Go there in person and celebrate the memory of, from what I can, again, I'm not looking, but I can kind of eyeball. There's a couple of gravestones and there's some portraits next to them, you know, and they do the thing where you've got like in Japan you've got the memoriam portrait, you know, with the little wreath and stuff. So you can just go have a fake funeral, not just because the characters aren't real.
In Like a Dragon Gaiden,
but also because they're not dead.
There is a character who is like, hey, by the way, we already know each other. And you're like, what? And the only way you're going to figure it out is if you look up the voice actor's acting credits and find out that they were a generic thug that fucking got killed off screen 3 games ago. Like, there's at least, okay, Wooly, there's at least one person in this series that you talk to and go, didn't you get killed? And they go, yeah.
Straight up.
Yeah.
Just acknowledged.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes. Didn't you get shot in the face and die?
I
mean, they go, yes, I did.
What can I say? I admire its purity, you know? Like it seems to just be all about, like, there's no qualms here. They're like, we don't give a fuck. Shut up. You're alive if you need to be.
So I think a lot of people who have been fans of this series for a while see the funeral aesthetic to this thing and just go, what are you doing?
Committing to it.
I don't believe that.
Good shit.
Don't believe it.
Speaking of not believing it's death, some people got hands on Skull and Bones.
You know, there's something really hilarious about it being delayed for like 10 years only to release in the most fucked up quarter I've ever seen.
So, some impressions coming in, kind of basically summing up that, like, on the good side of things, the level design is like really nice, and the world is apparently very beautiful. There's lots of locations that seem pretty cool to explore. But then on the cons, everything else in it is just inferior to Black Flag it runs worse than Black Flag. It looks worse than Black Flag, even on maxed out settings completely. The actual ship combat is simplified over Black Flags. You can do less. There's less to the actual targeting and combat as well, because the naval combat you before kind of involved lining up properly, matching speeds, checking waves, etc. And here it's more just like pick target, cannons will shoot in that direction. There's nothing else to really do.
Oh, Singapore's gonna fucking sue them.
There's no boarding the enemy ship at all. You can only blow them up and then go to the wreckage and then just auto click on the stuff. And basically it feels, from what the person was describing, as if a rush to the finish line to make what essentially is the depth of a mobile game, to not get sued. in an attempt, to not get sued.
We have talked about this in the past, but for those of you who are, but it's been in dev forever. For those of you who are unaware, Black Flag, sorry, not Black Flag, Skull and Bones is a fraudulent scam that has been perpetrated on the Singaporean government via tax credits. They were paid $75 million to put a studio in Singapore to develop a game, and the game was determined to be Skull and Bones, and then they decided to put the absolute bare minimum resources and use it as a vacation spot for their staff
over the course of a decade.
For a decade.
Now, over in just the simple world of I loved the pirating and boats and Black Flag, and I would be really cool.
It was great.
You could make that its own thing.
That's one of the only Assassin's Creed games you can go back to and have not played any of them and play right now and be like, oh, I had a good time. That's a good one.
All I want to do is just sail the boat and then do the things and ship naval battles and maybe even sing a shanty. And yeah, apparently just everything this game is doing is just less than the spin-off.
That's
as the spin-off than the thing that was treating it as a side bit, the original bit. Yeah, it's you know, you can.
That's wild.
You create your character and customize your ship and so on, but like there's obviously going to be micro and shit to come later that's not accessible during the demo. So there's not much to say on that, but overall it seems like they really just kind of rushed to the finish line due to the pending litigation.
Is that like rolling up?
That's speculation. This is all entirely unconfirmed. But I can't imagine Singapore is not going to like fucking immediately start getting their lawyers together.
Where's the money? Like,
yeah.
We paid you the money so that you'd make money and pay people. And so because like one of the biggest scandals out of the Singaporean office was that people from Singapore could never get promoted to anything.
Oh, no.
They would exclusively ship in French nationals to take every single management position.
Absolutely. Yeah, Singaporeans can't manage.
But
that's
like,
crazy. Why
part of the reason you incentivize a company to establish in your fucking city or state or country is so that people who live in your country can get good jobs.
What? Fuck off. That's crazy. You talking wild, bro. We're trying to fucking vacay out here. We're trying to hit those beaches. What you trying to do? Man, yeah. So word on the street, more like skin and bones. Huh?
Woo!
Yeah. I just wanted shanties. I just wanted to boat and shanty.
Yeah, dude.
It's so simple.
Okay, I have something very blunt to suggest. Skull and Bones could have been a budget re-release of Black Flag in which you don't have the Assassin's Creed parts.
Where you just get rid of the foot shit entirely.
Like just like literally cut it in half and charge half of it.
I mean, yeah, you would have had me. Like, and then, I would buy a boat game, HD boat.
Add 10 more of the boss fights against the boats.
Couple more ships. Yep, that's fine. I'm down.
Dude, some of those boss fights were awesome against the fucking ghost ships.
We've cut out the rest of the game We've just put in the boat sections, and we've dropped 50 more shanties. Sign me the fuck up.
Yeah.
I'm in, bro. I'm so in.
If I was a cynical man, I would wonder if Ubisoft kept a foreign studio open that was never planning to make any games whatsoever, purely as a way to dodge extradition for their cavalcade of managerial sex criminals.
Jesus Christ. I mean, now
if I was a cynic.
Now we're thinking with portals. I'm not like I'm not there. I'm not that type of fucking legal ninja. I don't know. That seems a bit nuts. But we'll see what happens when the game drops, and then they subsequently release a statement going, "Hey, shit happens." Oh wait, no, that was actually the day after. Not much update there. They just came out and said, "Hey guys, shit happens." Yeah, good stuff.
Well, that's pretty depressing. Do you want some good news?
Sure.
Are you really excited for Avengers 5? Now called Avengers 5?
No? Oh, what? This happened? Oh, this is going on live. Breaking news.
Yeah, this happened like an hour ago.
Oh, this is happening right now. I see. Avengers 5.
Well, you see, Jonathan Majors died on the way back to his home planet because he got convicted of beating up his ex-girlfriend, or girlfriend at the time. And within minutes of that conviction, Marvel fired him and started changing the names of all their upcoming projects.
I see, because
to remove Kang.
The Kang Dynasty was the original working title. Okay. Well, I mean, okay. They must have already, obviously this was a button that was pressed.
Yeah,
in preparation.
It's even by Hollywood standards, the cynicism of, is he going to beat it? No.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Yeah. But I think I forget where it was, but I want to say that like a couple years back there was an article about that somewhere where it was kind of like a Marvel like sort of cancellation clause or something to that effect, and like having this many actors on worked into the projects or whatever, there was some sort of set in thing where there's a button they would hit that would effectively be the Ezra Miller button.
No. You can't. No, you have never been more invertedly incorrect. The Ezra Miller button is the button where Ezra Miller kidnaps a bunch of kids and is on the run from the cops for multiple months, and you hit the button to put his movie out.
But I'm saying, that's exactly my point. My point is nothing happened with Ezra Miller, and they did it anyway.
That's the craziest thing.
That's because that's the DCU version of it. They're just like, nah, run defense.
I don't, dude. All that shit about Warner Brothers canceling movies and like it was very brave. It's like, oh, I'm sorry, you had to spend $300 million to put out the shittiest movie anyone's ever seen, featuring
an active
child kidnapper Ezra Miller.
Even if the movie was good. Like, oh, yeah. That's, man. I mean, the Reinhardt shield required for that team to just walk forward, hold the line, taking fire on both sides in product and in reality. Okay, interesting. Avengers 5 it is.
It's funny because they waited till the conviction to fire him, but like all the recent story shit has been like intentionally minimizing Kang's possible future roles. Like they spent like the second Loki season just building themselves an out for the outcome of that trial.
Okay, well, just like that, I'm sure a bunch of clever meme artists have now aborted their pre-planned Kang jokes that they were going to be making for the next couple of years. So abort on that.
Hey. What else you got?
In movie news, how about the fact that fuck all like dancing around it, Death Stranding live action.
Who's gonna play Norman Reedus?
Okay, so I've been like, when it comes to this, can he not? Is there a version of events where it's not just him? It has to be, right?
It's not just the full cast of Death Stranding.
Kiefer Sutherland. God damn it, Hideo!
Oh man,
you can't keep getting away with this.
Oh man.
Fuck. Oh, dude. It's like, and here's the other problem. Okay. It's extremely reasonable to assume that this is just a vehicle for free work, A24 produced, for free, for just, Norman to just be like, hey, there you go. Shoot, like, done. We can't do this without, right?
Hey, Norman, you remember what we did before? Just do it again.
And therefore, Mads as well, right?
Yeah,
you have
absolutely.
Right. But how far down that list do we go?
You could get everybody.
But like, in Hollywood fucking bullshit ass rules, they're not gonna get everybody. There's gonna be a line where they're like, you're gonna make the cut, and you are just a voice actor. Sorry, and I'm like, how far down that list of like Death Stranding original actors do you go before they just start going, and this is a movie version? Sorry.
Oh, I think you can get everybody.
Do they just go for everyone?
That many characters in that story.
I hope
there's like 10.
In
the whole story.
I hope they do, but movies never do this, right? They always switch it up. They're all like, there's never any adaptation where they just grab everybody. I mean, I guess Scott Pilgrim is like the only one I can think of.
There's never been a movie based off of the works of the genius Kojumbo.
I certainly hope everyone.
No, but there is genuinely a precedent to be made here, because game movies historically, I can't think of any other than this, are adapting something that already had the entire cast be Hollywood actors.
And
as themselves as the character. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like full performance capture.
Right.
Though, were some of the cast primarily voice actors?
Deadman was Guillermo's body and a voice actor. And then there was Troy, but Troy was playing Troy Baker playing Higgins.
Because that's the thing, I guess, is like, if it's like Troy Baker, okay. Well, it would be an awesome first, but I feel as if we just have never seen this happen anywhere. So there's just that like, we're going to recast, but there's a line, a cutoff point.
This is going to be the shittiest movie ever. I'm so excited.
Kojima's first.
And it's going to be like 4.5 hours long.
Wait, what was the announcement about Kojima movies? Wasn't there?
I don't know. He wants to make them.
Yeah, there was that, and then there was the like, I think it was a like Kojima Productions is like looking into or expanding into that realm, and then I want to say there was like another thing they might have announced a while ago, but I mean it's announced as an A24 film as well, right? So like you're gonna get your budget, you're gonna get your soft focus camera, you're gonna get a whole lot of piano. Ludwig is gonna fucking kill it, but yeah, I guess that it's just a question of like,
oh my god,
do you just 1-to-1, and then like
I just had like a pit in my stomach, listening to you describe that, in which it's like Kojima's like, well, why do you want to make movies, Kojima? Is it to make a cool movie, or is it to make new friends in Hollywood? Because if it's the second one, full replacement of the whole cast just to do it. Just to do it.
You don't make friends with the same salad you already made, bro. All right? You get fucking Timothy Chalamet to come cruise through the office and shake that head of hair.
Timothy, you're going to be playing Fragile.
I mean, if you want to make friends with Hollywood, you have to cycle everything, all of it. Right? You get a whole new group in there, and this is the new generation, and they'll link you up with even more people. And then
why did my brain just does it, you ever have like an intrusive thought that's just a nightmare? Like, I just had this whole thing of like this new fake cast list, and at the end it's like, and starring Martin Lawrence as BB. And it's just Martin Lawrence's fucking head in the jar.
With the mustache and everything.
Yeah.
Completely. Dude, like, he wants to be on that Oscar stage. He wants to have that moment, and I'm sure he has the written out fucking, he's gunning for it. He has to get in there, and he's gonna have to like get in amongst, like, he has to take it another tier up, not just be friends with like the Walking Dead and the Guillermos of the world. He's trying to get in there with those Denzels. He's trying to get in there to that fucking, to that elite. The inner true. He wants to sit down with Scorsese, who wants nothing to do with him.
There is a like timeline of events here in which video game players that have been playing games for a long time have a bizarre in which their film friends watch Death Stranding and go, "What the fuck was that?" And people who do nothing but play video games like, "You just don't understand the complex themes on display here. And the directing's just too avant-garde for you. You see, Monster is like piss for ghosts."
Hideo, where does this ride stop? Where does it go? Igoto. Igoto, does it?
if like, I just can't believe we're at this place where like pretentious
yep.
pie in the sky video game man might actually get the weirdest and most pretentious video game he ever made into a movie.
If we're sitting here in 10 years and Hideo Kojima becomes the recipient of an Emmy, a Grammy, an Oscar, and a Tony.
Lifetime Achievement Award.
If we have images, if we get an official picture of Ludens on an MTV Awards surfboard, fuck everything. Fuck this timeline and this reality in its entirety. All right. It's coming. It's coming. He's going to make the jump.
There's so much goddamn news this week. You have the Blizzard stuff?
I don't.
Hey, ladies! If you worked at Blizzard between October 12th, 2015 and December 31st, 2020, enjoy your well-deserved lawsuit winnings of approximately $55 million. Because Blizzard just lost that in that they settled. They didn't want to go to court. They settled.
In California. Okay, so this is also today.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Everything happened 1 hour before the podcast.
While we were talking. Okay, got it. Yep, 54 million. An additional 47 million to female employees who worked at the company from 2015 to 2020. Okay, so that has been settled. Yeah, I want to say we reported on the initial filing.
Yeah.
Okay.
But Blizzard decided that they didn't want to deal with that in court, where everyone could see all the stuff that the lady said had happened.
Where it all comes to light in that way.
I forget if this was public or not, but I remember talking to somebody who was describing that it's getting really hard to hire people at Blizzard. It's getting really difficult to shore up empty spots on the roster. Well, with all this terrible publicity that keeps happening.
I mean, it certainly didn't fucking stop Ubi, But it does. If part of the here, because I just pulled up the article now, so I didn't see this. But is there like a part of this where it involves them then kind of like sealing everything from it? Because oftentimes there will be a settlement that involves sealing all files related to the case and so on. So it never sees the light of day, and you never get to figure out or hear about what actually happened.
I don't see any gag order shit on this.
Okay.
But I mean, I don't know. I'm probably not looking at the full settlement paper.
It's mentioning the unionization efforts as well. Okay, I can't just skim through completely, but what did I have? I had a couple of random announcements. There was so the Death Stranding movie, just a cool looking project that popped up on Twitter. It's the one that you've been tweeting at me where you can parry a nuke.
You parry the fucking floor.
Now you can parry the floor. This game, it's called VA Proxy. There's a demo out, and just if you like parrying as much as I do, seems to be an action game with a demo where parrying is the law of everything. You can fall from fall damage height and then just parry the ground and turn it into momentum, and then fucking.
Well, the ground was trying to hurt you, man.
It was, and there was the tweet. that was sent that caught my attention was, fuck it, you can parry nukes now, and it's just literally a nuke going off in the horizon, and the shockwave comes towards the character, who then parries the shockwave and then cuts it open like
like Moses
splitting the fucking sea. So VA Proxy, just fucking if you're a parry head, go check it.
That's cool.
There's also a new platform fighter that got announced called Combo Devils, which looks it's interesting because it's from Punkzilla, and it looks like it's pretty solid. It's got like a very clear intent with their trailer to show you that movement is sophisticated and advanced. So like a bunch of the initial look is just showing you like, here's a wave dash, here's a quick, like here's just lots of aerial movement and like the ability to get in and out as much as you want to. And it's billing itself as like a platform fighter cross traditional fighter style game. So Combo Devil's looking interesting over on Steam. And then what was the other one I had? No, I think that was pretty much it.
Well, the only news that I'd like to add is unfortunate. Over the weekend, James McCaffrey, the actor behind Max Payne, Alex Casey, and Zachariah Trench, passed away from cancer.
Oh man, that sucks. Damn. That's
like at the only plus side that I can think of is that I feel glad that he was able to see his last piece of work win a lot of recognition, particularly for his acting, which was stellar.
Was he sick while recording?
Probably.
Okay. Damn. Yeah. Because, like, I mean, this is the moment where it's being recognized to the fullest right now, right?
Mm-hmm. Probably one of the top 5 voice actors of all time. Like, just every single read was A+.
The voice of Max, Alex, and What'd you say?
Zachariah Trench and Thomas Zane.
Okay. That's a bummer. Did that happen?
That happened just, I want to say yesterday.
Okay. Gotcha. All right. All right, let's take some letters.
Oh! Confirmation from Avalon that Obsidian tried to make multiple Fallout and Elder Scrolls spin-offs and Bethesda shot them down. Bummer.
What's the quote on that?
The quote is... I don't have the quote. I have the byline, but the byline is that Obsidian kept trying to be like, "You want some? Do you want a New Vegas 2? You want an Elder Scrolls thing?" And Bethesda was just not interested. Bummer.
I know I'm a fucking weirdo on this one, but I just want to hear more about Into the Breach.
What?
He wrote it.
That game has writing?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no. Like he apparently wrote a full thing about the whole backstory with the VEC and the time events and the detail. Like there's a whole plot bit. He wrote it. Yeah. I was like, oh, sure. I love it. I'm down. Show me more.
Hey, if you want to send in some mail, send it to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com.
All right. Here's one coming in from Not Some Decoy, 2W and P. Q. What game do you think you can go back to and beat the fastest? Or in an afternoon? Not 100%. For me, this is an easy answer because there's 3 games that I can think of that I used to like do runs in and try to clear. So Strider, the original arcade game.
Dude, most people listening to this could beat Strider in an afternoon.
Yes, of course.
That game
it's an arcade
like
game.
Fucking 40 minutes.
So I'm to answer the question, I would try to do Strider in like 13 minutes or so. Like I try to do the speed run strat on that. I mean, it's been years at this point, so a long time ago, but I remember like that was a lot of fun. Mirror's Edge, right? It was a lot of fun to try and fucking do the bullshit and run the bugs in and try to speed run through. And yes, Super Metroid. I mean, I think everybody kind of, attempted a couple of those at some point too as well.
I'm trying to think. I just saw somebody say something in chat, and they're right. Number 1 for me is Resident Evil 2, obviously. Number 2 is Resident Evil 2 Remake. And number 3 is definitely Outer Wilds.
Okay. I mean, Outer Wilds, I like speed running.
You can totally beat Outer Wilds in 20 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. Go to the ending is essentially. Yeah,
I could.
All right, perfect. Here's one coming in from Maria. Dear Die Hard Man and Hot Cold Man, most normal players would assume that... old hilarious Kojima quotes about Solid.
Got it.
Most normal players would assume that the solid in Metal Gear Solid stands for Solid Snake, right?
Nope.
Wrong.
Nope, it doesn't.
While partially true, here are some quotes that demonstrate the real meaning of Solid.
Oh, it's so stupid. These are so dumb.
The official mission handbook says, the time Metal Gear is displayed in full polygonal form, and I used solid to describe the cubic structure. Also, the solid means to the third power mathematically. Furthermore,
it's in 3D. It's because it's in 3D.
Furthermore,
that's like,
the company that does Final Fantasy, a square is a 2-dimensional thing, and I guess the president of Konami wanted this game to surpass Square. They wanted to make a cube, like solid 3D. So it's got that meaning too.
Bro, that quote doesn't even make any sense. Metal Gear Solid came out in 98.
To surpass Square.
In like the fucking spring of 96.
Only a cube can surpass a square, and that has to be solid. Never mind that his name is Solid Snake.
Dude,
Shut
no matter
up.
how far you go back, the guy's just saying nonsense. Just stupid shit nonsense. It's great.
Or is it the truest shit? Is it so sane that you just blew your mind?
So it is stupid nonsense, but it's also the truest shit, because I don't believe for a second Kojima has not believed every single word he has ever said to anyone.
That's exactly it. It's only bullshit if he doesn't believe it.
Like,
when
he
he's saying
really
it.
means it.
That's the difference between a Kojima and a David Cage. You know, is as it's coming out of Kojima's mouth, he is believing it into reality. He is fully invested in every word. Here's one coming in from Volta, who says, hey, hello, gents. My Spotify Wrapped came in this year and informed me that I'm in the top 14% of listeners, to which my wife said, that makes sense. You listen to them a lot. To which I responded, I really don't. I just listen to each episode all the way through when it comes out. How does it feel to know that 86% of your listener base are cowards who can't commit?
I mean, we put out like a 4.5-hour podcast 52 weeks of the year. Like, that's a lot.
It's obscene. And if video game achievement metrics are anything to go by, we're lucky to get that 14.
Also, you know, people watch it live. People download it, and the downloads wouldn't be caught into the Spotify metrics.
There's that too. Admittedly, yes, there is a divide there. But yeah, I think the fucking what is it like 99% of game completion trophies are like never unlocked, or for most of the people that boot up the first or whatever. It's like people don't beat games, people don't get it that far, you know, yada yada. People don't finish things, and ours and ARC in this case is again obscenely, stupidly long. So
how do you compare against the rest of the Steam community, Pat? You unlocked 864 achievements. The median on Steam is 16.
There you go.
You played 128 games. The median on Steam is 4. Your longest streak was 63 days. The median on Steam is 5. Oh.
Point of pride, no? That's cool. Top 14% on top 14% on OnlyFans, yeah. That's you guys are special. All right, and then here's one from Zeef, who says, Dear CSB, I finished Baldur's Gate 3 on Tactician difficulty a few months ago, so I thought Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous wouldn't be too bad. A naive notion. It's definitely a good game, but I personally feel that the balance is horrendous. Playing on normal difficulty, enemies have jacked stacks, specialized builds, and buffs stacking are necessary, and DC spells are near impossible to land. What are some games that you personally feel have terrible balance? This is interesting.
I need to really dive into this, but after you.
No, I was gonna say this is interesting because, like, I would be curious to hear about games like this where it's really complex and it all works really well as long as you're not on one of the like advanced difficulties, which was just horseshit or not well thought out. You know.
The way that I have interpreted it is that Larian is the DM and they're your friend and they want you to have a good time, and Owlcat as the DM is your antagonist.
Okay.
Like, one DM is like, let's all have a good time, and the other DM is like, it's my job to kill the players.
So there's two things. There's the DM is cheating in your favor, or the DM is being strict, but there's also the challenges you're being presented with are just way above your level and are unfair.
Oh, dude, encounter design in an Owlcat game is vicious. Vicious. Like, the difficulty, the normal difficulty in an Owlcat game is significantly tuned in the form of the towards the player, right? Enemies don't crit as often. You do more damage. You have more health. It's very like the second hardest difficulty is all numbers at their normal places, right?
Okay.
But the fucking encounters these motherfuckers will build for you to just stumble your ass into are all intended to kill you. Like they are meant to fuck with you. They're mean.
So this reminds me, the thing that I can think of the most is Kingdom Death Monster, where like the DM can be friendly, but the game's tone, design, and like the nature of being able to, you know, lose a member of the village and then pick up another one is such that somewhat disposable party members is intended in its design. Time is meant to move forward, therefore the game doesn't stop when you wipe necessarily. But if you have a party that has survived multiple hunts and has gotten stronger and has really cool gear and a bunch of great experience that they've made off of the last couple fights, it makes the game so much easier, and losing that fucking sucks, you know? Starting from scratch is just brutal when you've got like nothing to go for or to show for your character. But like the games, again, the tone and the nature of its systems encourage even your friendly DM to be kind of mean about it, you know? So I don't mind in that instance, I think.
I would like to read a short Reddit post that sums up in a very succinct way what I'm describing. This is from a couple of years ago. This is by a gentleman named Ender Andrew. New player struggling early on in the spider cave in Pathfinder Kingmaker. So I survived the assassins, and the first quest I receive is to go to a spider cave. In said cave, there are spider hordes. What he means is swarms. You can't attack them with normal weapons. I created a paladin as my character. Lindsay has one attack spell. I have the Alchemist Fire, which is a grenade, that the quest giver gave me, and there's no other way to harm these swarms that I'm aware of. Lindsay's spell just isn't working. If I queue up one of my characters to throw the Alchemist Fire at a distance, the swarm moves and the character inevitably throws it where the swarm was 2 seconds ago and misses. If you throw at point blank range, there's a -4 modifier, so it often still misses. Both the giant spiders and the swarms bite you and give you poison with attribute damage that's labeled permanent. I have 7 Alchemist Fires at this point. I'm level 2. Often I throw 3 of them at one swarm or horde, and 3 is not enough to kill them. But there are 4 or 5 swarms in the cave. I tried it repeatedly for almost 2 hours last night, gave up and installed a cheat mod that made every roll a 20. Then I killed the swarms with a nat 20 with a single Alchemist Fire. It was the only way I could clear the cave. Why is the game throwing a basically impossible scenario at you as early as level 2? What are they expecting you to do? So they nerfed that encounter 3 times, and the only way they were able to completely work around it is by completely redesigning the entire cave so you could complete the quest without actually encountering the spiders.
Like what you just described, it's a moment I have from time to time, like sometimes during an LP or so, where I'll just be like, what is the developer intended user path here? Show me a video of what you, the person who made this, would want this to look like, because I can't see it.
There's 2 things.
Is it you fucking built the wrong character? Sorry.
There are 2 things going on in Pathfinder Kingmaker and Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous that is very important. Okay? One is the intended path is to see that, get fucked, and leave. And the fact that they gave you a quest immediately to go do it is a trap. The reason why it's a trap is because of reason 2. Pathfinder Kingmaker and Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous are 1-to-1 recreations of existing adventure modules. They are translating it according to the text into video game format. And whereas the DM in your real Pathfinder game
might encourage you to run the fuck away,
maybe nudge you.
Yeah.
Your quest log doesn't.
Yeah. Oh my god. Okay. That makes so much more sense. And a video game puts an obstacle in front of you and you're like, well, I guess I have to fucking deal with it.
It's a context thing.
I mean, when we fucking fought the owlbear, I really expected to just get just decimated, but we managed to do it, you know? But like, yeah, okay, that being 1-to-1 with a DM who might edge you to being like, this is not meant to be a thing.
Because the
makes
robot
perfect
DM.
sense.
Also, Pathfinder's a very complex system that the game kind of expects you to know how to play. And Pathfinder Kingmaker and Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous have the worst auto level I have ever seen in a CRPG. The auto level makes bad characters.
Just picks the wrong thing, yeah.
Yeah.
Wasn't that the case in Mass Effect as well, if I'm not mistaken?
It sure was.
Yeah, right,
It sure was.
Well, I mean, look, when you're making a video game design and you're adapting something, like these are the places where you could say, all right, the friendly DM nudge is missing. Maybe this is a place where a line of dialogue from the character might passively nudge you instead. You know, something to imply that, hey, this is actually not meant to be an obstacle. This is meant to be a fuck this, I'm out. You know? There's other ways to hint at that. Like if they went 1-to-1 and had a robot DM, as you said, with no actual further context, I think that's a failure on their part to translate that. Because what that person described in the message there sounds fucking god awful. That sounds like that is an anti-ad.
I beat that game.
You know?
I beat that game. And beating Pathfinder Kingmaker is the only reason why I have ever spoken to Mandalore, because he did a great review of it a while ago and I beat it. And then I'm like, I need to reach out to Mandalore and tell him how I had not believed how bad he had said the final dungeon in Kingmaker was, but he had, if anything, undersold how bad the final dungeon in Kingmaker is. Yeah. Oh. But yeah, great game. I beat the whole thing. I got the super secret ending by accident, which is crazy. Incredible game. But the game is fighting you. I remember a long time ago, Wooly, where you described the genocide route as trying to stop you.
Yes.
Okay. Pathfinder Kingmaker and Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous feels like the DM is trying to wipe you.
But that contextually comes at the end of a sequence of other things where you are now experiencing like it comes as a conclusion that, again, the game is fighting you, right? And you know, again, we can pull a Souls analogy if you want to, by like fucking off to fighting something you're not supposed to way too early. But this is Dungeon 1? Mission 1?
Oh, right away.
Okay.
Right away.
I mean, if there's a lesson about running away from things that are just pointless and impossible, and the game continues.
When I was playing Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, after you play for an hour or two, there's like a defend the inn mission where like monsters come and attack your location. It was so hard I had to restart the game and change my party around. It's hard. I would recommend anyone who plays Pathfinder Kingmaker, Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous to play on easy.
Yeah. Well, that is true. The context of the letter did imply that this was a difficulty setting that they were dealing with as well, not just the default.
But that shit's fucked. It's funny. It's funny how fucked it is.
Was it? Yeah, I think you were saying that like last time that the update, the Baldur's Gate update made it so that you can play on like single save mode, but the moment you fail, you just convert it to a regular save. Yeah.
So like the idea of DM as your buddy and Baldur's Gate 3's development was so fascinating because the original version of their dice rolls was fucking roll it. That's it. That was that was the whole system. Fucking roll the dice, loser. And then they added well, okay, the interface for adding buffs to the role within the role interface, which was a big deal. And then they added the inspiration system, which is your DM going, listen, buddy, you did something cool a little while ago. You know what? You can take that role again. I'll give you a mulligan on that one. And that makes it feel okay when you know.
I do love in Disco when you're like, this is permanent, this one you can try again, but you're gonna have to build it and get and earn it. And also, here's the things you did to make it a little bit easier. Like, that's a really fun risk reward proposition in each of those roles, you know. Or just being like, you know what? Nah, I'm a bitch. I ain't doing that one. Too much cringe. Like, I might die. Harry might just die. And spoiler, he does. If you fucking try to shoot yourself with his gun. Like, you know.
I will say, by the way, as I've been making fun of Pathfinder and both of them, that DM being mean to you, you put up with it because he'll let the story go in a wild variety of directions. Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous has bespoke storylines for becoming a nature god, a lich, an angel, a devil, a gold dragon, and a man made entirely out of a swarm of flesh-eating bugs.
Yeah. Shino shit. All right, that'll do. I will see you all in Florida.
Have fun in Florida, Wooly. Come back safe.